It's Wednesday. We are at 100 Polk Avenue here in the city of Cape Canaveral at the City Hall Council Chambers for a special meeting. I call this meeting to order. And with that, Councilmember Jackson, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Davis?
Here.
Councilmember Jackson?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum? Mayor Morrison?
Here.
Councilmember Willis?
Here.
Thank you, and thank you, council and staff, for all being here and all who are in attendance here today. This time, if you do intend to speak, I want to work in. Thank you, sir. If you please fill out a public or speaker card at the front here and bring it forward, and we'll make sure that you're heard. We will go ahead and move on to the approval of agenda as written or with amendments. We have one item for action tonight. Council, any changes we'd like to see?
Make a motion to approve as written.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, second by Councilmember Davis. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Councilmember Jackson?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Okay, this time public participation. I do have two comment cards, and for those of you who are listening at home, we ask that you please raise your hand. And after those who are here with us today have a chance to speak, we'll go to you and make sure you're heard. We have 3 minutes on the clock. The little device in front of me has 3 lights. When it's green, please go ahead and speak. And then when the yellow light comes on, it's about 30 more seconds. We do ask that you please wrap it up when the red light comes on at the end of the 3 minutes. And with that, those same rules apply for those participating online. Thank you all for attending virtually as well. The first card I have here is Miss Peg Schaller. Yes, and Miss Tamara Malbec.
Can you hear me okay? All right, great. I'm Tam Malbuck, and I'm a resident here. I'm retired. I've spent 35 years in human resources. My specialty was employee relations, leadership development, and investigations. I've investigated complaints from frontline employees all the way up to vice presidents. Honesty and integrity and ethical behavior is a non-negotiable for me, and it should be for every single person on the city council. I've sat through this, watched this code enforcement debacle and watched you all and city council members sit mute while the mayor has been hung out to dry. And that's baffling to me as it is. Early on, this was a performance issue with Chris Robinson. That's the bottom line. And the city should have taken action then, months, over a year ago, over a year and a half ago. However, we spent so much time, money, resources, and energy trying to prove that code enforcement had done nothing wrong. This so-called investigation by the city manager, that's incredulous. He went into by making the statement, there are no bad actors in this. How much more biased can you be? His findings, smoke screens, misdirecting when asking direct questions, is actually quite impressive. Here's some of the euphemisms the city manager has used in his findings to describe lies, deceit, unethical behavior. Incorrect statement, a misstatement. Incomplete statement, poor record keeping, not accurate, a mistake, appears to be inaccurate. And on 5/24/23, cast doubt on accuracy and reliability of the code enforcement officer. So the city manager, if you can't say it and call it what it is, then you can't fix it. Why is 5/24/23 so important? One lie begets another lie, records get manipulated, and finally, city staff had to resort to planting evidence. Planting evidence. Why? Because they needed to show there was no retaliation for the November date, it's on 6/16, NOV date, 4 days after Peg Schaller embarrassed Chris Robinson by sending photos documenting that he lied. Who planted this evidence? Brian Palmer, Dave Dickey, Todd Morley. As city council, you all should be demanding answers. The Good Old Boy Network is alive and well in Cape Canaveral, and city council, you better fix it. Thanks for letting me have an opportunity.
Thank you. If anyone would like to speak online, please raise your hand. We'll make sure that you are heard. Okay, seeing no hands raised, and if anybody did intend to speak, please raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public participation portion of the meeting. Back to the council. The first item for action, and only item for action tonight, is a special meeting, is to accept the completion of the city manager's recommendation for the report of findings regarding the Community and Economic Development Department roles, responsibilities, and actions for properties located at Fillmore and Jackson Avenue. And with that, I think city manager has prepared an agenda item summary here to help pick up where we left off. Todd, if you'd like to go over and maybe get us started here.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So if we could move on, Mia, to the agenda item. Okay. Okay, so this is a document that we've seen a few times. It's been updated. There's 5 items for Fillmore, 5 items for Jackson. And so we're right now looking at Fillmore. If we could scroll to the next page. There's item 1, item 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5 down at the bottom. This is city manager and city attorney present any findings and or opportunities in a report to be distributed to the city council on ways the city can improve our community development department. That's the substantive thing we're going to be talking about today. So over there it says see attachment 2, opportunities to improve the community development department as it relates to the building department to be presented at this special council meeting. So Mayor, if it's okay, I'll just go straight to that document.
Please, thank you.
All right, Mia. All right, so this one, much like the one we did for code enforcement, this is also the same format. So I'm just going to kind of skip through it a little bit here, but I want to hit some important parts. During the January 24th special city council meeting, city council reached consensus on a number of tasks, one of which is to present any findings and or opportunities to be distributed to council in ways the city can improve community development department, specifically building department concerns related to the construction project on Fillmore, and the addresses are there. Resulting from the meeting, a review was undertaken to understand what building department actions may have contributed to the concerns. The review involved interviews by the city manager with former building official Mike German and department director David Dickey. A report of findings was produced on May 7th, 2024. The report of findings helped to frame what happened in an unbiased, objective manner. The report did not include recommendations. The recommendations are included in this document, and they're built upon the findings of that previous effort. So they're repasted here and also included our additional observations and analysis which support the recommendations. So the document is presented in 2 sections. One is clarification and summarization of each finding with the associated determinations of root cause. And then number 2 is the recommended actions. So moving right on to section 1, the first finding, and again, this is a restatement from the report of findings. City Code Section 110-223B2 requires site plans to be submitted to the city engineer, the Building and Code Enforcement Department, Fire Marshal and Public Works Services Department, The site plan transmittal from staff did not include the Building and Code Enforcement Department. However, an August 26, 2020 memo was emailed by the city engineer to the Community and Economic Development Director and the building official, which included the city engineer's comments on the site plan submittal. This would indicate that the building official was aware that a site plan was being reviewed for the project. Additionally, on September 22, 2020, the Public Works Director sent an email to the engineer of record, the building official, and others indicating that he had completed his review of the project, which was the site plan. So on the root cause side there, the building official did not review the site plan prior to it being approved. However, he would have likely known there was an engineered site plan because the city engineer and the Public Works Director had included him on their emailed comments. So he didn't review it, but he should have known that there was one. And of course, he's the former building official and he's no longer here. Moving on to finding number 2, between August 17th, 22 and October 6th, 22, the COs were issued without any signed statement from the engineer of record and the city engineer, as noted in the CO application checklist. To this, the building official stated that he was unaware of the city code section 110.221, which required an engineered site plan for 4 or more residential units and therefore an engineer of record. He later clarified that he interpreted this code section to apply only where 4 or more attached residential units are proposed. And he viewed this development as 4 townhomes, which are single-family residences under the Florida Building Code. Also, the building official stated he was unaware that the noted section on the CO application was intended to be used to reinforce City Code Section 110.221 as it relates to 4 or more residential units. So on the root causes of that, the building official, he issued the COs without any signed statement from the engineer of record and the city engineer, as noted in the CO application checklist. And the building official stated he was not aware that the section of the CO application was intended to assist with compliance with City Code Section 110.221. So that's where it was missed at the last catch. Then finding number 3, on October 5th, 2022, the former city engineer conducted a site inspection at 306 Fillmore Avenue at the request of the pending owner and provided a memo to the building official and the department staff indicating that the detention system had not been constructed properly. The building official claimed to have not read the city engineer's email until October 7th, and the COs were issued on October 6th without the building official's awareness of the issue. This underscores the need for the building official to understand the requirement for an engineer of record and the associated requirement for all site work to be completed for the entire site prior to issuing any of the COs. So under root causes, the building official, as he stated, held a different opinion of the code section. And by the time the building official acknowledged having read the email, all 4 of the COs had been issued. Finding number 4, even though the CO checklist includes areas for documenting approvals related to the site, the building official indicated that he accepted verbal approvals from the city engineer and the Public Works Director on 2 separate instances regarding site compliance related to the stormwater system. Verbal approvals of major site inspections do not provide adequate documentation and reliability. So to this, again, poor record keeping is the root cause. And those are the findings and the root causes, Mayor, as I was able to determine them. Want me to move on to recommendations?
Council?
Okay. First, retain the services of an experienced building official charged with enforcing applicable codes. And Natalie, we do have an announcement on that front. We do have a building official starting. And what's the start date? August 1st. And secondly, create and expand our standard operating procedure manual to establish additional important operational procedures and guidelines to improve the department's performance. The SOPs will address such issues as proper and complete routing for all site plan reviews, to include a checklist for ensuring that all appropriate site plan reviewers have been provided with appropriate review documents, that the site plan reviewers have submitted their appropriate review comments or approval documentation, and that all site plan reviewer approval documents are to be included as an attachment in the Planning and Zoning Board agenda packet. Also, proper usage of the CO applications to ensure all code requirements are met prior to issuing COs. proper documentation of plan revisions and documented decisions, proper documentation of all inspection results, and lastly, internal coordination between the building official, inspectors, plans examiners, city engineer, planning department, fire marshal, and other officials and agencies involved in the site plan completion, subdivision, and completion and final approvals, Mayor. And those are our recommendations, my recommendations.
Thank you. Just a technical issue. I got a note here. Confirm we don't have audio issues. The listeners at home, I think we might have. Hopefully it's not for everyone, but if there's anything that can be done to verify that, that'd just be my request. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Appreciate it. Council. Councilmember Willis.
It appears that a lot of the involved parties, building officials, city engineer, et cetera, our public works director, are no longer here. And I know we have, Mr. Robinson has left. So it appears to me that majority of personnel issues, if not all the personnel issues, have taken care of themselves with the city manager's direction. But I would like to make a motion that we accept the report and his recommendations. And I would also like to make a motion that we accept the proposed reorganization that was listed in our budget. I believe that will eliminate some of the issues that we had with overwhelming a department.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion by Councilmember Willis, a second by Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Willis, just to make sure do you want to do those motions separately, or do you want to do them together?
I would like to do them together.
Okay, and you intended to second both motions? Just making
Yeah,
sure you
yes.
agree, okay. And those are to accept the report today and the proposed
Reorg of,
organizational chart
Departments.
shown in the latest budget?
yeah,
Okay,
okay,
The proposed budget.
proposed budget, yes.
okay, got it. Go ahead.
I just, with all of the vacancies that we now have on staff, I think it's time to move forward.
Okay, yes, City Manager?
There were a couple other recommendations. One was for the SOPs to be completed and distributed to council, and also for a contract code enforcement officer.
Okay, so we've got a motion, a second on the floor. I think City Manager raised two others that we don't want to fall through the cracks.
Yes, sir.
Can we, as a discussion with the motion on the floor, just help get on the same page with what you would like for us to do? When I read the agenda item, it says to accept the completion of the city manager's recommendation for the report of findings. So is that,
Well, there were two documents of recommendations. There's this one, and there was the one on the code enforcement on Jackson, which was presented a couple weeks ago.
okay?
So just for clarity, are we accepting both of those reports of recommendations?
Well, I guess my question is what does accept mean? As simple as that sounds, I want to make sure we understand what we're doing today.
It helps bring finality to the effort.
Okay. So it's not necessarily approving, or I do not view accepting as approving. And so I just want to make sure intent matches up with yours. Are you asking us to approve or just accept that, yes, we received it and yes, we've acknowledged it?
Well, my request for it was to accept it, but I can't speak for the council member who made the motion.
And that's all I wanted. Okay, so whether or not we support the specific recommended actions is separate to what accept means. City Attorney, is that sound reasonable?
There are a couple of issues, yes, on the floor, I guess. One is to accept the report, and the other is reorg in accordance with the budget. And then there's some side issues that were brought up later regarding SOPs and contract code enforcement officer. The style of the agenda item says accept the completion of the city manager's recommendation, so I'll defer to the manager what he meant by that, but, accept as you said, Mayor, is the council's just accepting it, receiving it. In terms of agreeing with the findings, I don't know if that was the intention, using the word accept. It's council's prerogative what you want to do here.
Okay.
I'm not exactly clear what accept means either.
Is it accept to receive or is it accept as acceptable? And I think your intent, Councilmember Willis, was on the two motions, or the one motion for the two items, I'll say.
Yes.
Can I just add, maybe we could make an amendment to the motion that, it appears last time that the council was against hiring a consultant. So I would say we don't hire the consultant. We accept the city manager's recommendation to have the one contract code enforcement officer complete the SOP documents and support the proposed organization for restructuring of the community economic development. So if we could maybe amend and put that in, that would clarify all of it at once.
I think the restructuring should be separate, because that's truly the part of the solution, and we should be able to vote on that based on what we found and what we think.
Councilmember Willis?
I'm going to leave that as my motion,
Okay.
As,
accepting the proposed reorg.
and accept. It
Accept the
aligns-
reports, but it doesn't mean we have to agree to hire a consultant
Okay.
for code enforcement.
So if accept means receive, there's no denial, yes, I've received the report. And the motion on the floor is to do that. The discussion I'd like to have is what we think about the report, and then if we're going to go back to Jackson, sort of take a step back. And I'd like to respond to some of the comments that you made, Councilmember Willis, and let the other council members have a chance. And I also want to address some of the public comments that we heard today. And so we've got a motion on the floor. I think you want it to stand, and then we'll circle back on the other amendments that Councilmember Davis raised.
However, it works. I just thought that we should include those. If we want to vote separately or whatever, that's fine.
Okay.
And if we accept the report and then we don't like the recommendations, or we have other ideas about the recommendations, that means he's going to have to modify the report anyway, or modify the actions from the report. Am I correct?
I would, yeah, I think they're separate. And I think that one agreeing, accepting the report, and all of the other decisions that come with it is what we're trying to figure out. As far as the way, the accomplishment is that the recommendations, which was a response to the January 27th or 24th meeting, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This was one of the specific items, number 5, I believe, that was responded to. And so my hope is that we can talk through some of these responses, and we have not, as a council, really had a chance, I think, to say, have we received all the information? Now that we've got all of the information, what are our thoughts? And to jump to the recommended steps, I think, is the right way to think about this, because we want to come with solutions. But that doesn't mean that we don't stop and discuss. And if we do anything, I hope that we can come to some sort of agreement of what the problems were. Because I think if we were to all have conversations with residents and citizens, and we were to all be asked individually what were the problems, it'd be very unlikely that we all say the same thing. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it is if we are all operating on different information. And so if we want to go ahead and accept, I think that's fine. I didn't necessarily view this item tonight needing any motion at all, other than, I mean, technically, we don't have to receive. This isn't anything in our code that's requiring us. I think we really wanted to receive the info and then discuss it. And so with this motion on the floor, I want to respect the motion. It's appropriate to discuss, but I also don't want to hold the motion up. If your intent is just to accept it, sure, I'm not sure what that does or how that changes anything.
Questions I have, we got a letter today, John Picard, and he talks about, and I think this is really part of the solution to problems, is he said in his letter, there's a lot of gray areas in our city code that phased out or worked on to make things more clear. That's really important. What is gray? What are the gray areas, and how do we fix them? If we just move forward and we still have the gray areas, what are we accomplishing? And then my other thing was, I guess that's all I have right now. But I think that I'm not happy with the accepting the findings without, or do we have all the answers that we need before we can move ahead? Going back to Jackson Avenue, or do we have all the answers there? I just think that we need more information before we just accept it and move forward. I mean, we all need to move forward. This needs to come to some kind of conclusion. But, just this letter today makes me think that, back at the center of this problem is city codes that are gray areas. How did that all get started? That's what I'm thinking.
Mr. Mayor, I agree with the city code gray area statement, but accepting the report of what the city manager has found, and if we can move forward with the reorg so that the budget can be finalized with that, so we get some idea of what that would be. But any of these recommendations that the city manager's made is going to shed light on gray areas of code, and we can look at those. It doesn't preclude us from doing any of that. And I think we should, because as SOPs are updated, it's going to point out code problems. We're going to see them. And I think that would be just a good result from it, from the SOPs being updated.
Do we need to vote on the reorganization and accepting this report at the same time? I mean,
Well, I would like to see both of them. I would like to see the reorg happen. The reorg.
The truth, though, is that I view this as more administrative. Like, we don't approve, I think, the org chart that our city manager does. We approve the city manager, one of the places. And so these decisions, these recommendations are not like recommendations from P&Z where we're the binding authority that's going to make the vote. These are decisions that our city manager has the authority to make, And he is recommending, I view this, to get potentially feedback from us, but ultimately it's his decision to make, and I appreciate the transparency. And I do think it's healthy under these circumstances to get feedback from the council. And I do not think moving forward with the org chart, that's a budgetary item that we haven't ever voted on approving the org chart in the past. Why are we doing that tonight?
Well, but we're creating a new department in that org chart.
Well, I think there's an ordinance process for all that to create, if the council creates a new department. And that to me is beyond, well, I mean, I know the proposal that you're talking about with the creation of the department in the budget. And I don't think that's the conversation for tonight before discussing why the things happened. The statement about about the vacancies that have occurred related to the individuals with some of the issues that we've heard tonight and that's come back is a point well taken, but until we understand why and can see the whole picture, I don't think we can say that's going to resolve it, because I did the best to communicate in the last meeting that there's issues around the entire department, and I'm not convinced that, well, now that they're gone, well, that's fixed. I'm not so sure that even that is focused on the root issues. And so what we need to talk about, I think, is when we read this report that was provided, do we agree and see these as the root causes, the root problems? And if we do, then I would say, let's go forward and let's move forward. And I think we've heard issues, we're aware of issues. Until we can state the problem, we're going to be guessing on the solution, or.
And I'd like to know, where does the buck stop? I mean, truly, where does the buck stop? Because in all of the leadership roles I've had, the buck stopped with me at the top. And if my team didn't have the information that was needed or anything like that, it's back on me as a leader. So if we bring in new people and they're taught to do business the same way, how is that going to change? In my world, which isn't, I'm new to city council, but in my world, you had to look at a deeper level, look from top down. You have to look and see what's going on. This is what I've been doing, going through BS&A and seeing what I'm seeing in there with those addresses that we've been dealing with, as well as others. And I think to make sure that this does not happen again to any resident in our city trying to deal with us business-wise, that we can't just say because some employees left, it's going to fix itself. That bothers me, because I've never seen that happen before in my entire adult life in any business or government situation. So we've got to find where those failures occurred, agree to them, and Todd, our city manager, has done a good job giving us these things, but like you said in the last meeting about this, you said in those root causes, nowhere did we see that they were looking at our code. Nowhere were they looking at our statutes. To me, that's a training issue. And so if we get new people in and we make no changes in the training of those people, are we going to expect them to do a better job than what they're being taught now? So we have a bigger problem to me than just shuffling employees around. Now, that's just my personal opinion, and I may be wrong. However, it makes it hard for me to accept findings and want to do an organizational shuffle until I've heard these things. Because I want to know what I'm seeing. I want to know we see the root causes, but to have true, meaningful solutions, we can't just move people around. The SOPs are going to be a good thing, absolutely. Got to have them, don't know why we haven't had them, but, what are we going to do to ensure that that knowledge is transferred to our staff that are working, under our leadership team? So for me, it's hard to move on and just accept it all without us digging deeper. And I know we all want to have it resolved, but I want it to be resolved where no one goes through this again. That's just my opinion. And it's hard to do in one meeting, just accepting and moving forward with one report. I think the reports have, I'm appreciative of those. That's pulled a lot of the stuff together for me, city manager. But I want to know that this isn't going to happen again, that it's not a bigger issue than just a couple of employees.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Well, I think this has been a big learning process for all of us. There have been mistakes. We've recognized the mistakes. We're trying to fix them, and we've seen the solutions and we've seen the problems throughout all of this. This is nothing new to us. So I think we need to move forward. We don't need to go over the same things over and over and over again tonight. Because of the lessons learned, I don't think it's going to happen again. Last time, the board was talking about bringing in a consultant. None of you liked bringing in a consultant. Consultant would be an outside person that could look at all this and tell us what they feel needs to be done or not done. So council wasn't willing to accept somebody else's information. So what do you want? I mean, they've learned their lesson. They're going over the SOPs. They're doing all this different kind of stuff. Different people have left. They're going to reorganize. They're doing everything that they know to solve this problem. And I don't think we need to hash it. Now, if you don't want to call in a consultant, an outside person, then I don't want to hear anything about what they're doing to fix this problem.
And the outside consultant that was mentioned in the prior meeting was absolutely to do an investigation of all of this, not to make recommendations on how to repair it, to investigate it. Yes, you go back and watch those meetings. I didn't want to pull in an independent investigator. It's clear in our code that that's our job as council people. And so to me, we haven't discussed having a consultant come in to do to see where the problems lie and fix those. An investigation is different than a
Yes, and
than a
my
consultant
understanding was
coming
it was a consultant to come in as a code enforcement officer that could go out and understand what's going on the streets or on calls and different things, and another person that could look at how it was organized and what may need to be changed or not changed. I didn't see it as an investigation. I saw it as an outside person consulting. That's a word, consultant, not investigator, consultant.
Well, you even said we need an outside investigation because you didn't want anyone fired. Those were your words in the meeting. So to me, that's an investigation.
If you can show that, then that's fine. I don't know exactly what I said.
It's literally on the recording. So that's different than a consultant making recommendations of ways we can improve our processes,
Well,
to
then
me.
I misspoke.
So that's different to me.
I was speaking about a consultant. I misspoke. It was a consultant I was referring to, so I apologize if I misspoke, but I'm talking about a consultant. If you don't want an outside consultant coming in, not an investigator, an outside, to give recommendations, then we have to accept what the recommendations are coming from our staff. It's time to move forward. We've hashed over all the problems, all this, anything that we can do to solve it. It's not going to do us any good to say, on such date this happened, on such date this happened. We've done that since what, January, the beginning of the year? We need to move on.
When did we do that? When did we, the council,
We've
go
gone,
through and say, on this date, this happened, on this date, this
we
happened.
did last meeting. In my eyes, we've gone over what situations have occurred during each one. The speaker said, you know, that Todd was using different words and all that. Where did she get that from? From our meetings and from Todd's report. So we have gone over what they thought, you know, bad, poor recording, you know, not knowing, or the SOPs or whatever it may be. Don't quote me on it. But we have gone over it. So
We definitely, of course, I remember receiving the May 7th findings and the meetings after last month, and obviously today's where they went through everything our city manager presented. We had supportive staff to help fill in the blanks, and we got the opportunity to question. But for this council to say, have we received it all? I think today we have received a big part of what was needed. And then to go, now that we have it all, because the message earlier was, let the city manager finish. Let him finish. Once he's finished, we can go. Well, when is finished? In the last meeting, I said, I hope that we don't go into another regular council meeting with this agenda item causing pressure. And we accomplished that. If we've done anything, I think we're all going to benefit from separating this out on its own. But we let our city manager work through and finish as much as he could. And I believe we've been very patient and reasonable under the circumstances. But that day is just really today, and it's technically not finished. There's more still to come. And so I don't know how to balance, hey, let them work, to, all right, here it is, and now let's move forward and not talk about it anymore.
I'm not saying that, but we've all got the agenda, we've got the attachment, we've got the report, we've got the recommendations. You've read it, we've all read it, we've seen it. What do you want different from this report or from this recommendation? What else are you looking for?
I have something I'm looking for.
I'm happy to.
I would like to discuss the fact that we're taking on an extra director's salary that'll be ongoing against taxpayers' money over something that we didn't do well. To me, you don't take on an extra salary at a director's level that's going to be there for who knows how long when we haven't fixed the problem.
Did you know we used to have 8 and we dropped it down to 7? And I agree, but if that's the way
Well, it
that's going to
used to
solve our,
have-
excuse me, I'm talking. If that's the way we can solve our problems, by getting the director and dividing that up so it's not so much on everybody, then then that's a solution, and it's been budgeted.
And you interrupted me, so now I'm going to take my time back and just say this, Kim. How can you guarantee me that that's going to fix everything?
How can you say it's not? We
I
don't.
can say it's not, because until I investigate it, get all of our options, and all of us discuss it, I'm not going to put myself out there and say, oh, if we do this, it'll fix it.
We can't guarantee anything.
Well, you're willing to move forward.
I am.
And when I just made mention that we're spending taxpayers' dollars for an additional salary, that you just reiterated, we had cut before that group out. So now, as a council, we're going to add it back in a very lean and hard economic times on people.
Do you know how-
Which increases our budget on payroll.
Do you know how much we've spent at special meetings and all this over this situation? So we need to solve it. And if I believe that's a good solution, to go back and to use that way. We've spent a lot of time, a lot of staff's time, a lot of the public's time, Anthony's time, our time, everybody's time, and money to do this. So, you can look at it both ways. We can add this at director that they used to have that was effective. Why they dropped it, I don't know. I'd have to ask. But if we could go back to that, then there's, the responsibilities are divided. In the meantime, we can keep hashing this over and over and over and keep spending everybody's money and time. I mean, it goes both ways. You can't guarantee anything that this will work, anything will work. You don't have a guarantee on anything. There's no
But
guarantee.
the more that you look into the problems and get them identified, the more chance that we have to do something about them so they won't happen again. If you go back to business the same way you were doing it with broken up departments that we're hearing, we got rid of that department already, okay? And so if we're going to add that back in, I, as a council person, want to be assured that for our taxpayers' money of an ongoing director's salary going forward in this city, that we're going to have this problem resolved. And I don't think we're going to do it in an hour or less than an hour on a special meeting day. So for me, it would be a hard no to go forward unless we can discuss some of these things.
Well, have you spoke to the city manager and understand why he's made this recommendation?
Yes, I have.
Okay, then you should understand.
So I'd like to make sure we can, the motion on the floor, and thank you for leading with the motion. I do appreciate that, and I do think if we can continue to do that as a council, we're going to be better off. So the motion is to accept and this and also the org chart proposed changes. We're discussing that. I do have some technical questions regards to Fillmore Avenue that would be helpful. The property owners asked some questions throughout their experience on Fillmore Avenue, and one of them was about the contractors having a bond or some sort of financial security performance bond. I do not think the residents received an answer. And also those same questions around licensing and proof of insurance from the contractor on Fillmore Avenue. I could not find those documents in BS&A, and maybe I overlooked them, but my first question is, was there any financial bond or performance-related security that the contractor for Fillmore Avenue had to submit?
Dave, you want to respond to that, please?
Yeah, I think the question about the surety or bond, AKA bond, is coming out of section 98-59. It's in our subdivision regulations. I'm not sure if if you have code books up there, if you want to follow along, I can read out of it for benefit of the council and the folks in the audience. You said 98-59. And it's A subparagraph B. And these are requirements for final plat approval. There's 5 of them. And as the council may recall, we brought final plat approval to the council probably about 3 years ago. It went through Planning and Zoning Board review, and then it came here to the council, and it was reviewed by all. And again, it says the following items shall be required for subdivision final plat approval. And paragraph 2 says an irrevocable letter of credit, performance bond, or certified check in a form acceptable to the city attorney, which will enable the city to complete any unfinished improvements that are to be dedicated to the public. Important language there. Including but not limited to streets, drainage facilities, street signs, sewer facilities, sidewalks, and other improvements as shown on the final plat. So I would like to point out that, again, I'm going to emphasize to complete any unfinished improvements that are to be dedicated to the public. That's important. And generally, I've worked in a few places that have had much larger plats and subdivisions. And typically with a large subdivision, say it's 40 or 50 or 100 or 200 or 500 units, these larger plats and subdivisions, once they're complete, many components of that project are dedicated to the public, as this is indicating, such as internal streets, such as internal sidewalks, and utility poles, and drainage facilities, and stop signs, and street signs. These are all dedicated over to the public once the project is complete. And for that purpose, a bond is typically and usually required. Say if the developer goes belly up, or he or she just doesn't finish the public improvements that are required. These surety bonds allow the city to come in with the posted funds and finish those improvements. This project is a little different. If you think about this project, to complete any improvements dedicated to the public, think about that. Which improvements in this project are going to be dedicated to the public? There's no street signs. There's no drainage facilities. There's no streets. There's no signage. There's no utility lines, anything like that. So generally, larger projects, this would be applicable to larger projects. These smaller ones really aren't improvements to be dedicated to the city in this case. Now, it could be argued, and I'll argue this one, that a sidewalk is going to be dedicated to the public. And there were sidewalks installed as part of this. Now, we have a different section of code, section 110-475G. I'll repeat that in case everybody wants to document my words. Section 110-475G. That's a section of code. I know Mickey's familiar with this section of code. It requires anytime a structure is built, a sidewalk is to be installed. That's in a different section of code. So we usually rely on that language in that section of code for sidewalk improvements. So, having stated all that, the typical subdivision in Cape Canaveral is 3, 4, 5 units. We really haven't done that many. In 10 years I've been here, we've probably done 3 or 4 maybe, plats, subdivision plats. And they've all been small 3, 4 unit projects. And none of these, there hasn't been really any improvements dedicated to the city. So my comment, Mayor, and to whoever, what public is asking that question, I heard that for the first time just a few days ago, the question. But that's my response.
Can I ask a question,
If you
please?
don't, no, let me just clarify, absolutely. So this question, my question was, did we get any type of bond? And I think the answer is no.
The answer would be no, since this section of code was not applicable.
Okay. This question was asked in the Fillmore Townhouse document that went back and forth between you and the Hearst family.
Okay.
And it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 back and forth.
Yes.
And a half, so 3 from, I believe, you and our city staff and team, and 4 with the last not being, I think, responded to. But the question number 5, well, it's not numbered, it is the 5th question. It talks about, per our discussion, the landscape swales are not accurate or adequate. We are very concerned with the depth of the conduit to the unit since Florida Power and Light installed power prior to the developer digging the ditches. Now, this document was emailed, I think, to city council and obviously city staff. We've all seen this document, it's color-coded. But the question, go back and forth, and the question on the bond is, I have to find it. What guarantee so the question I read, the swales are not accurate. The response they received was that the city engineer and myself met with the builder on February 17th at the site to determine what needs to be done to resolve the storm drainage item. We all agreed that the swale needs to be brought into conformity with what was originally approved by the city engineer. We reviewed the approved drainage plan, so we would all agree that what exists is not what was approved. The engineer of record, Allen Engineering, is going to stake the swale to indicate what needs to be done to bring the swale into conformance with the approved plan. The builder will contact the city engineer to inspect the swale when the necessary changes have been made. They responded to that. Counter response was, what guarantee, if any, does the city have for the developer to do the work? The city holds no bond, and all 4 COs were already issued against the city's engineer's recommendation. Has the developer given a time for corrections? Is there a specific code the city is enforcing, or is it enforcing the plan issued by Allen Engineering? We understand that John Picard gave a number of solutions to fix the problem in his original letter, telling the city not to issue the COs. And then the response comes back from our city, and I just want to note that that's where the bond is being asked. This was asked on March 15th, 2023, about the bond. The answer was the Florida Building Code requires the builder to construct the specs of the approved plan and the permit documents. Please contact FPL for their installation standards and whether the lines were installed to their specs. City records indicate that the drainage swale was approved prior to FPL installation activities. Note that the Florida Building Code does not authorize the building official to require timeframes more stringent than those provided in Florida Building Code 104. The engineer of record will be required to certify the completed drainage swales meets code requirements. And then there's another response back asking again about the ground cover, and I do not see the bond question getting answered, but this was a concern of the residents that we have these issues. The COs are out. What leverage does the city have to correct it? And what you're saying is, well, if there were dedicated public improvements, we actually have 98, whatever the section is, that we could lean on, but in these circumstances, there's no public improvements, including the stormwater inlet in the front apron of the driveway is not considered public, that our Director of Public Works weighed in on, that the engineered design said to expand that in the aftermath of a P&Z board meeting where folks who I see here today adamantly spoke in concern of the flooding on that property, that this is 4 or more units requiring a site plan, a drainage plan, but now it's being called, it's small, there's no bond needed, but it's big enough for a site plan. And so I'm really having a hard time in understanding why the stormwater inlet in the front at a minimum and the special easements within the deed. I believe our city attorney and all of us in that P&Z board meeting during the plating and talked about how this is different than other properties, how this, yes, we have flooding concerns, and it was really the key point that I think overcame, at least in the P&Z board's eyes, they can speak for themselves, the concerns that the Downings and Mr. Benson brought forward that night. And so, again, that was March 2023. They're saying, hey, these issues, and this is months after I think December was when you were first brought into it, and all of us. First, why wasn't the bonding question even answered? And should we have gotten a bond with the stormwater inlet? Maybe that's a question for our city attorney. Because if the code you read is what applies, it actually says the city attorney, I assume, would decide.
In a form acceptable to, yeah.
City attorney, was this not?
Well,
I don't know if there are any public improvements that would have been bonded. Typically, it's the engineer that would identify those public improvements that are unfinished, and then presented by the developer in a form that is acceptable to the city attorney. But whether or not there were any public improvements that were actually going to be paid to the city as part of this project, or any. Any. Performance bonds are for purposes of public improvements. The city does not accept performance bonds for improvements that are going to be private.
But
So the question is whether or not there was any public improvements that were unfinished.
Area?
No, that is not a gray area, because that is very customary that when the city subdivisions, performance bonds are related to public improvements. Performance bond is not provided for to ensure the completion of construction for the private improvements on the property. That's just not the way it works. If this was a subdivision with roads and public drainage facilities, and then all of those types of improvements would be certified, public improvements by the engineer with cost estimates to substantiate the value of the performance bond related to the public improvements. That's how it usually works.
Stormwater drain inlet is not a public, is it, well, let's decide, is that public or is that private?
The one in the street is public, but it was previously existing and serving the public. All that this project did was tie into it.
Engineered plans, I believe, expanded that drain,
For the tie-in, yes, for the private
which
tie-in.
was a public improvement.
It's in the public right-of-way, but it was just intended to accommodate this connection, this one
So
connection.
they own that private drain, the residents there own that drain, and they can go in and maintain it?
On private property, they own the portion on the private property, yes.
The inlet in the front?
That's not on the private property.
That's
inlet-
the only one I'm talking about right now.
Yeah, that, all that this property did was tie into that.
But that, when you say tie in, what we're talking about is they ripped that out and they expanded that drain. I mean, a major expansion to that facility, that public facility. Water goes into that could support the engineering calcs. The same, so when David read public improvements and the key of dedicated public improvement, that is how can that not be a dedicated public improvement that they were supposed to improve?
My understanding was, and correct me if I've got this wrong, Dave, there's an existing storm inlet drain in the right-of-way. And then off of that was supposed to be some distance to the east, another storm inlet box was to be installed, to which the original line was going to connect to this new one in the right-of-way, and then that one connects to the old one, which the old one was going to be covered over with a lid, and then the driveway over top of that. So if my understanding is correct, that new box only serves to relocate a connection point to the existing city storm inlet, but not,
Who pays for that improvement? The private developer was, just like sidewalks, we kind of level up there in a different part of the ordinance. But that developer in this circumstance, property owner, was to pay for that, fill in the blank, public or private improvement. And I'm saying that's a private party paying for a public improvement.
it would appear that it's in the public right-of-way, so, yeah, I mean, to the extent that it's in the right-of-way, but it's only serving the one property.
Attorney, if you can help.
And I'm literally looking at the, the plan
I'm
here.
sorry, and you had asked to speak. I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify that.
Well, no, that's fine. One thing that I think may be one of the gray areas we've discussed is the definition of subdivision, because subdivision typically defines a community with roads and different, besides just the houses. So does our city define a subdivision as 4 townhouses? But as we're talking about that drain, I mean, here's the plans, and literally, here, slope new concrete towards the inlet, remove the curb, raise the inlet top to be flush with the new paver driveway and then replace the grate with a solid cover. So there was a lot of work done to this, not just, it's not just a, little tie-in. Top C inlet, 6 inches wide, 12 inches tall. This is all at the street. And then we have the as-built that'll show you how it ended up getting tied in. So definitely the plan, the original plan, it was, look at this, it was not followed.
Yeah, and I think that's the question is, did we get a bond? No, we did not, because there was no dedicated public improvement. How is this not a dedicated public improvement, city attorney?
Mayor, it's a technical question on what was constructed. No doubt that there are plans with all sorts of improvements that had to be made, whether or not they are technically public improvements that the city would take ownership and maintenance of after the project is developed. I don't know the answer to that question. And the performance bond would only be related to that aspect of the project.
So the project, as designed and engineered, the drainage is in the plat, the final plat, it's indicated. What was constructed in the as-built, which is what I think Councilmember Jackson, and that's accessible, is that doesn't match up. They were supposed to fund and pay for that improvement. Public improvement as I see it. And they did not make that improvement, nor did they expend the funds to make that improvement. And so it's very obvious to me that the owners, especially if you've ever driven into that driveway, and I think the property owners have welcomed anyone to try, it's not only a drainage issue, it's, as the engineers, we invested $7,500 to have the engineers go back out. They talked about raising the grade. And so that is a great example, and maybe the grade and the driveway, that starts where you get out of the performance bond. But to that inlet there, we don't know, I mean, if tomorrow somebody goes and takes the grate, the top off, or vandalizes it, we don't know who is responsible for fixing that?
City right away, that box is the same old box as I understood has always been there. So the city's always maintained that box, from what I understand.
It looks like that's the case with the as-built, but it was not supposed to be built that way in the plans, and our residents would know probably better than I would. I'd have to go look at it. But, I mean, originally, it was supposed to be redesigned, and they moved it. You can tell they moved it. Okay.
They didn't, they changed the design
Yes.
in the as-built to reflect what existed.
Exactly. So they changed it in that respect. But my question becomes even, on it being public or not, you've got the public sidewalk there, you've got the right-of-way right here for the drainage, the curb area, and this is right there by it, so I don't see how this could not be considered public. But
Exactly.
in the case of the bonds,
Don't we own that? The infrastructure. And if it breaks, we're responsible for it.
Lexi, I'm sorry, Mayor. Lexi, did you want to add something to help?
I just wanted to make sure that we were super clear that the structure was not relocated. It has always been there. And just kind of as a question, is the subdivision bond code specifically, and this is maybe a city attorney and Dave question, specifically meant for assets that would otherwise, once developed, be considered private because they're located on private property? So in this case, it's in the right of way, so it's always been city responsibility. And to be clear too with the technicality, tying into the structure would not necessarily be considered an improvement. It is an improvement maybe to that site's drainage, but it is not a public improvement to tie into that structure. Just to be totally clear, it does not improve, nor does it deter the flooding that may happen on that street during heavy rain events. It does not change any of the hydrology otherwise on that street that would be going into that structure, just from a technical standpoint.
okay, so Lexi, and I'm sorry to
you.
interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor. So on the as-built where it shows that it's in the driveway, is it not, is it at the curb?
That is in the right of way. And
Yeah.
as the structure has always been in the right of way.
Okay,
So the structure has
So
always
not
been
showing it.
maintained by the city.
They constructed that 40, they ran the pipe on an angle, as the as-built shows,
Okay.
to meet the existing inlet that, as Lexi said, has always been there. Opposed to capping it, as our city manager said, expanding it over here and keep that capacity and maybe it's nominal change, but to move that over. The engineer recommended that change for a reason.
It was an option, so when you say the engineer, do you mean the former city engineer, the current city engineer, or the engineer of record? The engineer of record for the design, Mike Allen, the original design. So the original design had that on there.
Permitted design.
The permitted design had it on there, and during, as was discussed previously, at some point it was approved to not be relocated.
so
And
literally,
we have discussed that in prior meetings about this
Oh,
topic, yeah.
I'm very aware of
Yeah.
it being discussed, but I think we've learned that that approval was not done in a way that we can show any evidence. So the engineers have to sign and stamp and recertify and revise, as you know, as good as anyone, and we never saw those revisions or changes. The only revision was the original approved permitted design and then the as-built. And so those, I think it was verbal approval.
Well, the as-built is also
From a
provided
former-
by the engineer of record.
Well, the answer that the change was made was by the former public,
Public Works,
The
Public
builder
Works Services
requested-
Director.
yeah, the builder requested an alteration to the approved plans, which that request was reviewed and approved by the city's previous Public Works Services Director, Jim Moore.
Right, but the as-built are submitted under an engineer of record. And I'm not disagreeing with you that there's not enough of a paper trail to show why that was changed. I'm just wanting to clarify that that structure being there, even if it had been moved, whether it was, it always existed in the right-of-way, right? So it's not considered the tie-in to it is not considered a public improvement from a technical standpoint, from a hydrological standpoint. It would not be considered
I'm
that.
going to verify that all the way through, that which, when you say that that is not a public improvement, we agree that it may not improve the performance of the drain, that, if you're using the word improvement. But to think that that's publicly owned and that capping that and expanding the drain all in the right of way and expanding it is not considered improving public property, then I don't know.
Well, then I
what
guess
else then what
the-
is it?
My question is, does that trigger the code that has to do with holding a bond? Is it considered, because you're not deeding the public, what would otherwise be private infrastructure, to public maintenance, right? So it's always been public maintenance. So I'm trying to kind of lend a little bit of insight as to why that may not be as applicable to that particular code
issue
as
is
maybe
whether-
other subdivisions.
The issue is common sense.
Yep.
It's whether or not there's a new improvement that is going to be dedicated to the city, not an existing improvement. There are always points of connection. Private developers tie into existing improvements in the right-of-way. The city would not bond an existing improvement because it already exists. So if there's new improvements that are going to be, again, dedicated to the city, that are somehow going to be unfinished, the city's security to make sure that they get finished is a performance bond, okay? But only for the public, new public improvement. Now,
Does it say new?
it says unfinished improvements that are dedicated to the public.
So it does not say new.
Dedication to the public.
I'm not.
That's an affirmative action of a conveyance of a new public improvement. That's what unfinished improvements that are dedicated to the public.
So what is a public infrastructure that's not dedicated?
In the context of a subdivision? A new subdivision?
I don't understand the difference between dedicated and undedicated, and I don't know the intent of that language on dedicated, but to me, all public property is dedicated to the public. It's,
No, in this context, we're dealing with a development project involving improvements. So if those improvements are going to ultimately be the responsibility of the city, then the developer would install those improvements, and when completed, dedicate them to the city, where the city then now takes on the maintenance responsibilities.
I think we're splicing words. The engineered designs, I thought did improve. Maybe it's nominal. The engineer, if they are indifferent, okay, I can tell you that the grade at a minimum, that drain was a hazard with that site plan that was approved and where it is. So raising the grade cabinet and moving it, to me, was put that way for a reason.
I'm not questioning, I just want to make sure I'm really clear on my statement. I am not questioning what was in the plans that Ms. Jackson is articulating on the record. Whether or not they were supposed to be public improvements, that's an engineering question. But, whatever was in the plans, we all know, I believe, some of that was not done and changed in the field through verbals. Whether that was appropriate or not has nothing to do whether or not, a performance bond was required. Typically, plans are approved, aspects of those plans, if they are going to be publicly dedicated, once they're completed, the engineer will certify what those improvements are and what the estimated cost is, and if a bond is necessary, then a bond would be provided to ensure the completion of those improvements. But I'm not questioning, whatever's in the plan is they're in the plans. I'm not even addressing that.
I viewed it as this is publicly owned property that the developer is putting funds into, which I believe improves it for the benefit of the public. And wherever you're saying, but that's different because it existed. And I don't read.
If it helps, if it was an existing public improvement that was going to be enhanced, modified by a developer, and then that enhancement was going to be taken on by the city through dedication when it's completed, then I would say that that would be an improvement, public improvement that would be bonded, the enhancement, not the existing. Again, it's an engineering question as to what the developer at Fillmore was constructing that would ultimately be given to the city to take on maintenance responsibilities. That aspect is what the performance bond provisions are supposed to address.
Okay. Thank you very much. So that plating 9859, I believe
59, yes.
that, I see that improvement, privately funded on publicly owned infrastructure, was not made. Today, we have a problem, and it would be really nice to be able to get that improvement made. The dilemma, while we went down and in on that, which I think was a big issue, the dilemma, as I understand with the Fillmore task list updates, is that before it was we were waiting on FPL. Thankfully, we've now, I think, no longer waiting at least on the pole removal. And then there was waiting on something else. Rebar's another one, but they're no longer waiting. And I think where I go and I see followed up, not getting response, followed up, where's our leverage? First thing I want to point, and if we need to take a break, I think maybe in a few minutes it would be good, but one of the things I want to understand is it's been stated that this is a private civil matter. It's been said a few times, and I went back and listened to the meeting, and I think that's a very big point we need to, it's applied on the Jackson Avenue code enforcement side, it's been stated, and under certain circumstances, not all, and then on this side. And I think that's one of the first things we as council members have to figure out very early in the process is this private? If plans were not built, I know we can say the contractor did not build them, but under these circumstances, in the spirit of stating the problem, if we do not think that we have some missteps that prolonged and caused this, I've got an issue with that. And so when we go through these procedures, I just want to emphasize we need to accurately, in our own, we all have our own, if the city would have had a bond, whether it was needed or not, that's an example of something that I think we could be able to act. But whether that's right, wrong, or indifferent, we're here today, I think, trying to compel the contractor. But what if these things don't get resolved? What leverage do we have? I know we've talked about this. What is the plan there? And that's where I'm a little confused.
And, Mr. Mayor, in the Kimley Horn report from April, they have their findings, and a lot of it deals with the swell and the fact that they're not meeting the city's water discharge plan. Let me see what they called that, but, yeah, it's stormwater. So, you know, we have more than just whether that's public that is still pending for these locations. Because we've got that the designed retention area does not meet the city's water quantity requirements of section 90.148. The constructed retention area doesn't match the approved plans. The bottom is at the wrong elevation. The area width varies and doesn't appear to match the approved plans. A 12-inch outfall structure that was installed because instead of the 24-inch, the rim of the outfall was installed at an elevation of 9.2 instead of 9.25. The as-built doesn't provide the size of the pipe installed, but a field measurement verified it's a 22-inch pipe, which is consistent with the approved plans. Then the proposed type C structure wasn't installed. Instead, the 12-inch pipe was tied in. So for me, I'm like, where do we stand with this? We did this report, and we haven't gotten any further on resolving Fillmore's situation with this. And I know that one of the emails that we received was that he was willing to fix these things. So have we even gotten with him as a city and said, we did a report and here's what we found, or when are you gonna do this? Because you said in your email, you're willing to fix these things. I mean, have we even made a contact with them? And sometimes that might be all it takes.
Well, the contacts are being made from the update, and I think they're documenting, and you can see clearly, but as far as, I think, traction, that's where, or at least resolving, it might be next week, I don't know. It's just, to me, it's more about, well, why would they be in a hurry? What is binding? And that was the other thing I could not remember, waiting on FPL, and we were waiting on the engineer report. And so
Dave might have something to add here, Dave.
Yeah, I was just contacted by the project developer. He has a meeting Friday with engineer of record to get this back on track.
Oh, that's great.
And they have been provided with all the Kimley Horn report, so they know exactly what needs to be done per the Kimley Horn report.
Is Allen Engineering?
Yes, they're the engineer of record. So they're meeting with the project developer on Friday.
The reason I ask is in the notes, it talked about on 5/20 back in May, potentially maybe.
Yes, yes, Mayor. They were having a very difficult time connecting. I'll just put it that way.
Okay.
And I uncomfortably inserted myself into that process and hopefully got it off center. But you're right. There were a number of weekly updates or task lists, excuse me, that indicated they were having problems connecting. But they have connected, and based on everything I've heard, things should start rolling on Friday.
Okay.
And that'll be, excuse me, I'm sorry, that'll be reflected in the next task update.
Thank you.
Council, do we want to take a quick break and then come back and try to I'd like to expand a little bit more on what that looks like and what happens if, and what the city's position is, and what action that the residents, the property owners can see, well, if this doesn't get resolved, and if it's resolved in a way that's not satisfactory, what do we do?
And we have residents here. I would like to hear from them.
So do we want to take a 10-minute recess, come back, and yes, if any residents want to speak, obviously, if you choose, we can certainly open it back up. But with that, council, we okay? Take 10 minutes, maybe come back 10 after? Good? Okay. We'll reconvene at 6:10. take it. Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll get started here in just a minute. I think we're waiting on one more. And as soon as we get going, if you do intend to speak, we have a couple of comment cards. We can go ahead and open that up since I think we went through some things and as Mayor Pro Tem suggested would be good. And same for those at home. If we open it up here, we'll give those folks an opportunity to speak. City manager, are we ready? Do we need to wait on the city attorney?
Yeah,
A couple more.
maybe give him another minute, perhaps?
That sounds good.
You had a citizen.
Sure thing. Okay, well, we can have a slow start here. Be mindful that the city attorney's not with us. And with that, we're ready, City Clerk? I'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order. It is 6:13 PM. We are reconvening for our special city council meeting. We were working through some discussion. A motion has been on the floor to accept and the report provided and also the org chart proposed changes in the budget. We just left off talking about a few items. One of the last ones that was really the city's role in this. And, you know, certainly there are civil matter aspects, but we are reaching out, according to the Fillmore task list, to the citizen, to the property owners, or to the contractors, excuse me, to get them to do the work as our Development Director, David Dickey, had stated. I think this Friday they're going to meet. And I do want to talk a little bit more about what happens if we, on the way this could go, and what leverage the city has. But as Mayor Pro Tem suggested, hearing from the public, I think would be first priority. If the council is willing, we can go ahead. If they choose and want to speak, we can open that up now and then bring it back. Does that sound good? Okay. First card I have here, Ms. Joyce Downing. Hey, Joyce, come on forward. If that was your intention to speak now. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Later, whatever. So Joyce Downing from Fillmore Avenue. I have watched this whole building go up and watched all the nonsense that's gone on with it, and been in city council meetings before that to make sure that these things didn't happen, and the things that we really fought for did happen. You know, the drainage that didn't happen like it was supposed to, and although that drain we're talking about is something that does not improve the city, it was designed to deal with the extra water that was coming from that property, and that was not done. So the city is not benefiting. What happened is detrimental to everybody there. So I don't understand why the city can't say, well, hey, you guys needed to have done this correctly so that we don't have increased flooding. And you know we have increased flooding because of it. So I don't know about the bond situation, but you know, the fact is we're worse off than we were before. And I'm tired of fighting for this. I hear that it's not just the builders that were at error, it was city employees. So, I mean, the city has to take some culpability here. It's, you know, it wasn't all done without the city knowing about it. And I think if you've got employees that have done the wrong thing, then you have to own up to that and you have to deal with it. So my question is, why can't you just, the city, fix the problems and then sue the people that caused it to happen in the first place? So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will make sure that question is asked. I think that ties into exactly one of the options we can discuss. Thank you, Ms. Downing. The next card is Ms. Sherry Berkeley.
Hi, I'm Sherry Berkeley. I live at 314 Fillmore, so I live in one of the townhomes that we've been discussing, and I don't have a lot more to add than what Joyce added, except we've been there since August of 2022. I know the Hearst moved in after us, but the CO was issued, and so it's a little frustrating. You know, the city is responsible as much as the builder, and kind of hear a lot of, oh, we missed it, or we're going to make the builder do it. But the city at some point needs to own up to some of that. And if the builder isn't going to do it, then the city needs to figure out a way to fix things. It's a problem. I mean, that's my yard. Sorry, I'm a little nervous, but we can't do anything in our yard because we don't know what's going to be fixed, when it's going to be fixed. We'd like to put up a fence, or we'd like to do some landscaping, but, you know, it's always on hold. It's on hold. It's on hold. And as far as the drainage, my understanding is it was supposed to be where the mailboxes are on the grassy area, not in the Hearst driveway. So it's a lot that needs to be fixed. And going back just to the swale and the drainage, you guys issued a CO, but it kind of makes us nervous too, what other things were approved in the home that really wasn't up to code. That's kind of too late to go back and see, was the electrical done right? Was plumbing done right? Because nobody's really responsible, and the people that are responsible are no longer here. But I just wanted to let you know that, you know, we are homeowners here, and, you know, we're paying attention, and even if we're not at all the meetings, we're still aware of what's going on. So I do appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. If there were any other cards, I do not have them, other than I still think Ms. Scholler's card, if you want to speak now or hold. Okay. And then we have, obviously, those folks listening online, if anyone would like to speak. And we ask you please raise your hand and we'll unmute you. We'll give it a little bit of time there. Okay, seeing no hands raised, we'll go ahead and close public participation, bring it back here to the council. So the first question around the options of this matter, what we're doing now that FPL's done, the engineer report's done, there has been changes in the personnel, but the contractor is going to have to go make improvements that I don't think we know yet. And why is that contractor compelled to do that? I.e. leverage. What is the city, or because I viewed it as, at times it seems like we, the city, were reaching out sort of as to help these two private parties out. And we were providing a service that, you know, will compel FPL, but when I go back to what was written, what was stated, it's you need to contact FPL, you need to contact your contractor. And today, I'm not sure that's different, that if the contractor throws their hands up and doesn't do anything, are we saying we don't have a role to play at that point?
Whether or not the city has a role, it's not a legal issue. Does the city have the ability to deal with the issue? Probably yes. As I said at a prior meeting, I believe. There is an easement, an emergency easement in the plat that gives the city the ability to go in and make repairs to that drainage system. I think the city can lean on that to fix the drainage system if necessary. In addition, to the extent there's any improvements in the right-of-way that are maintained by the city, of course, the city always has the ability to address that. Now, whether or not the city has a role, I mean, that's a policy decision that you all have to make.
So, well, I think that COs were issued, the engineered plans showed that the section that they focused on, as Ms. Berkeley said, we didn't look at interior and all those inspections. We just looked at the drainage and the specific things that were outlined. There were deficiencies, not just on public property, but on private property. So the building official's in a position of permits out, or CO has been issued. We've talked about revoking, and that's really the path I'm going down, because what I think you're suggesting, city attorney, is that we can go within our easements and improve on our dollar, but what are we improving? Mistakes that a contractor made that that's the role I think we play, that we should be approving and or correcting as the governing body. And so to go in and fix areas that we already own and have access rights to, I understand that, and I know we can do that, but I don't know if this council thinks that that's our financial responsibility. And my question's about the contractor. Do we not have any leverage over the contractor who did not build to the plans?
Property was CO'd and was CO'd. So whether or not they built to the plans, I think you've determined that it wasn't built according to the plans, but the property was CO'd, and I don't know what to tell you after that. Whether or not the city has a cause of action at this stage under these circumstances against the contractor, I think that's somewhat tenuous claim to be brought. But
Why are we contacting the contractor today to come and fix this?
Why are we? Because they've stated a willingness to correct it. Trying to compel that to be done as soon as possible.
If I'm the contractor, and I think they've said this is, what are we correcting? We've been given our COs, it's sort of like what our city attorney.
Well, they're aware that the system is not constructed according to the plan.
And the engineers, the third part, the Kimberly Horn came back in, revised everything.
Yep.
And said, I think our community development director said very early, it's not. And to me, when this all started, it's, as Ms. Berkeley said, as Ms. Downing said, just fix it. One option, city could go in and make the improvements. And I guess lean, but if there's cause, to me, we're not in a position of influence if there's no desire, and I think desire will be largely based on cost. And so if those improvements that the engineer said, which was to raise the grade, to fix the swale in the back and any other things, deficiencies, is $50,000, I don't know, $100,000. I mean, I'm looking for some direction here from our city manager and city attorney on recommended steps on resolving the physical issues at this property as it relates to Fillmore and flooding. that I think within the walls of that permit, at least in the criteria, we've done everything we can to show these issues. Why are we not leveraging that, revoking capabilities or some other capabilities? Are those not options? I mean, if the COs were issued, I think we all know it. It talks about revoking, and this at any point that a CO is issued, it does not mean that, you know, you can't go back and revoke. And I don't know if we met the criteria, but I'm sort of living in my frustration just now, just trying to. I'm a little astonished that I can't get a clear answer other than we issued the CO.
So Mr. Mayor, so we basically have no legal recourse by revoking the CO because they're in the house. What are we going to do to the residents? But is there any legal recourse, anything that we can pressure the contractor? Can we limit any access to the city or any other projects that they might be doing? You know, is there some recourse that we can go back and exert a lot more pressure on the contractor?
Well, there was revoke with conditions, I think, is what the building official talked about to overcome the property, the residents.
But how does that pressure the developer? I'm just asking, how would that pressure the developer?
Have an open permit at that point, right?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of spitballing the idea with you here, having been a former building official, that I've never done this, and I think we would be wise to research case law to see if anything like this had been done. But you revoke the permanent CO and replace it with a temporary CO with a time frame on it. And for reasons stipulated, because the contractor didn't finish, properly notice the contractor that that wasn't done, that this is revoked and now is work without a permit. It's basically an expired permit. You have X number of days to get the permit to complete the incomplete work. And then once you have the permit, you have the time that the permit allows you to finish the work. Theoretically, the work gets done during that period of time, gets approved, and then the final CO gets redone. But still, it comes down to what leverage do we have? Should that fail? And the only thing I can think of, and this is my old building official hat, is you can make a complaint against the license, the state license, for having incomplete work, or work without a permit, creating a hardship for whatever reasons. And then the state would decide whether or not that was a case that they wanted to take up and charge the contractor. And they've got their own penalties they can do with the licensing at that point. It's a long circuitous route to get there, and certainly more time. And I think we're all kind of feeling like, well, the common sense thing would be to work with a contractor because he says he wants to get this done. He's willing to get this done. He's meeting with him Friday to start working on this. But what do we do if that doesn't happen? And we all would love that common sense thing to happen and just be done. We'd like it to be done by now. So that's one idea that I have, perhaps, but I could see it being a long road.
Does the contractor have any more projects besides the one on Jefferson?
I don't know, Dave, do you know?
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, he has a project on Jefferson that is under construction. And he's also purchased a piece of property on, I want to say Washington, that he's going to be moving a plat through the process. He's no applications yet, but he has a piece on Washington that he wants to do something with.
For thinking through ideas, as far as, to me, just take those other properties away, and how it works is, sounds like that they open permit would escalate into all the things you described about. But without the other properties and the risks of that, yeah, I think it stands on its own, though. I mean, to me, that the property owners saw this happening, they were concerned, it was built, it did not happen. We got to make that happen. Unless I'm just dead wrong, like that's our job, is we've got to figure out. And if it happens through persuasion, I would call that lucky. But I just can't accept that we don't have, we need to persuade under these circumstances.
Well, and one thing I'm curious about, I don't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Mayor. As we listen to public comment, the drain not being correct at the street is causing an issue with flooding, is causing more water, and we're trying to take care of those. As people that know me know, I'm a little passionate about, let's get the water off the streets and the areas that we're flooding. And this is really truly a question, because I have no idea if it's possible. But is there any way we could just go ahead and get our public works guys to fix that drain and put it in the right spot, so we can alleviate at least that as a issue with, adding more water onto the streets?
I'm sorry, Mayor, are we talking about the drain at the front?
Yes.
Putting it to the plan, original
Yes.
plan, but not the swale in the back?
But not the swale in the back, because that's private property. But since that's tied into our public property, and we just had someone state that that's causing more water on the streets, it looks to me like we could go ahead and just get our folks to go ahead and, actually, it doesn't look like it to me. I'm asking, can we legally do that part of it and tell the developer, get on the swell? We're going to take care of this part, you take care of that part.
Anthony's already weighed in on the system itself. The city has emergency rights to work on. And that's even on the private property where the easement area exists. So we have the right to do that work. And as Anthony said, it's a policy question if council wants to expend the funds to do that.
Well, I think if it's making water worse on our streets, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no reason we couldn't, is there a reason, let me ask it that way, where we couldn't go ahead and fix this issue and bill that builder?
That was Ms. Downing's question, is could we bill, meaning I think lien?
Well, I defer to the city attorney on that, but the real property that's being impacted is not the builder's property. So the lien would, I'm assuming, would go to the real property that's being impacted. I don't think any of us has the appetite to lien the current homeowners there.
No, we wouldn't want to, but could we lien, can we bill him? Can we bill him for the work that he did not complete, if the city did it?
I'll let the city attorney weigh in, but I would think that if the council's policy direction was to do that, set a course of action to do that, that you could direct the staff and the city attorney to write a letter to the contractor and let him know the city's intentions, that within this much time, if the improvements are not completed, the city intends to do this and will invoice the contractor for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, subject to the city attorney's thoughts on that, of course.
City attorney?
Certainly can do that, whether or not the builder pays, and we have the ability.
We'll get Bulldog Collection Services on it.
At your company? Darn it.
Wouldn't that allow us to place a lien if he didn't pay that on any property that that builder had? Okay.
Collection would be an issue for, yeah.
And then where would it come out of the budget?
Arguably could come out of the Stormwater Enterprise Fund.
With that is whatever that amount of money is, I love the fact that it would get fixed and we control our own destiny and we can get it done. I don't like without the ability, because if it's $50,000, that was the responsibility of that builder. I don't feel that that's responsible, right? If have other means and authority to compel to do it. That's what I'm really hoping for. But I do agree that being able to fix it and reimburse, whether it be in the private or public, and on the private side, where that pipe runs across on the yard, that was a change too.
Yes, the angle.
Yeah. So,
Would have to go all the way up to that point.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yes,
I was
Councilman
going to say, I
Davis.
agree that it would be nice to get done if the city could do that. But again, the collection. Say it costs us 15, 20,000, like you said, whatever, to fix the drainage, then we have to think of civil litigation. How much is that going to cost the city if they don't pay? So that's not, I'm for getting it fixed, but I'm just opening, thinking of options. Because that litigation could be a lot of money too.
So we can't revoke the CO? I just want to, I know that Councilmember Willis said it sounds like we can't, but.
I still think that's an option. And
Temporary certificate.
Okay, so
And
let's
it says
recap the
also
options.
that if for to protect the safety of the occupants and the public.
Revoking a CO an option? So the building official has the,
The building official has the ability to revoke certificates of occupancy when necessary, because the occupancy of a building is not habitable generally. So the building official would technically have to make that call, and as you know, the building official is the one that's building code, right? So, that decision would have to be made, and then you have the issue of what to do with the residents. Thought is, the managers put out there is that if they revoke the CO, you give them a temporary certificate of occupancy, hoping that leverages somehow the contractor that built this project to come in and fix the swale and drainage issues. Swale and drainage issue doesn't go to the occupancy of the building, so, the building officials buildings appropriate when the drainage swale and drainage constructed the way they should have been constructed, putting aside the verbals that apparently occurred.
that change on the verbal, where the contractor received verbal from our city staff, we are saying that's not a procedure that we support. That responsibility was on the contractor to get those changes approved through a process we do approve. The contractor did not follow the process.
you're referring to the Public Works Director verbally accepting the modification?
Yes, the fact that if the contractor says, we received a verbal approval from the Public Works Director to make this, to leave the drain where it is and to cut a pipe across and just, that's not the appropriate. construction change.
Yeah,
That's a change to
not-
the
yeah.
design.
That's a lesson learned in this case, and actually, we talked about that being in the SOPs. There's no more of that.
So what should the contractor have done? He should have went to his engineer, got a revision made, submitted that revision to city staff.
And it goes through the review team for comments, and then if approved, then it would be documented as an approval, but it never was.
Right, and so that contractor did not follow through those steps. That drain stayed there, unfortunately, it was not moved, and we have all the issues today. Why isn't that enough right there, just on its own to go? You constructed something that was not approved in the engineered standard. However, now that this has brought to our attention that it doesn't match up, that there's some immunity there where they can say, we revoke now based on you constructed something that was not approved in the design.
Know if, technical question, whether or not that verbal was ever memorialized in a revised set of plans? Oh, David, no? So, I mean, the bottom line, the way that should have worked is that at the end of the day, when everything was done, not only would have a certificate of occupancy been granted, but the engineer of record would have certified to the city, and the city engineer would have confirmed whether or not the project was built according to the plans. And I don't believe that happened. Had it happened, I mean, that's the way, and, you know, on amending construction plans, record would modify the plans and submit them for review.
Yeah, that was a complete breakdown in our process and how it should have been handled. We totally didn't handle that properly. But no, to my knowledge, there was never any plans prepared and submitted by the EOR to reflect the changes to the drainage system. There is an as-built that we looked at that I think.
Partial as-built.
Pardon?
It's a partial
A partial as-built. Basically, from the 12 by 12 box between the two units, there's a little inlet right there. It's a grate, inlet storm grate. From that point south to the street, there was an as-built that was prepared.
And it shows the angled connection.
It shows the angled connection to the location currently today. So we got a partial as-built, but our process was just
But an as-built is
Dis-
not a certification of compliance with the plans.
correct.
So I know the city is trying desperately to try to get the contractor and, you know, to work with their engineer and make this right. At the end of the day, this thing is full of warts. We all know that. We sat through several hearings. Things were not done according to the code. Maybe we just send a demand letter. Send a demand letter to the contractor and the engineer of record saying that the project wasn't built according to the plans, weren't certified to the city as required by the code. That gets them off the dime. Other than that, Mayor, I mean, I don't know. The city staff has tried to get the contractor, I can't remember the name of the contractor, to step forward. They're meeting on Friday. Hopefully they do the right thing. Send them a demand letter.
Anthony, can I ask a question? Does the contractor have anything that he can come back on, the city on, like filing a lawsuit against the city or, whatever type of suit against the city?
I don't know. We're talking about just one specific property, the Fillmore property, and whether or not it was constructed in accordance with approved plans.
Well, we
That's,
sent it.
so that's the issue. And have an explanation why certain verbals were done, why the city never got a certification of compliance with construction plans. I have no idea why, but
That's addressed in my root causes here. The building official had a different opinion of the code section.
I have a question. Say that again? I didn't hear you.
The building official held a different interpretation of that code section, and he didn't. Well, the code rules. In this case, it's the building official's responsibility to issue permits and COs and uphold all city codes. It's the building official's responsibility.
A demand letter, I think, was sent, though. And are you saying from it was sent from, I believe, David, from the department?
I think Anthony's referring.
You're talking about something, a legal demand letter?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in, and I think it would answer Councilmember Davis's question, which is a very good one, on I agree on the demand letter, but what would we stay in it? This is the root. This is where I'm having a really hard time to say our procedure requires getting it designed, approved by the engineer of record, bringing it back, resubmitting it, and then you construct. Not do that. No matter if they say, well, it was verbal. No, there's nowhere that's the path. It's clearly, why are we not able to simply say you did not follow this process, which now we know we are revoking, or the building official revoked the CO? I think the answer is that's a question for the building official. And today, council's in a tough spot because I don't think we have a building official.
We also have what may be another complication, is we've got Kimley Horn has done their evaluation, and they've given two options to resolve that. One is to build it to the approved plan, or two is, correct me if I'm wrong, leave it with the angle but raise the box.
I'm not sure that Kimley Horns, is Lexi still here? I'm not sure Kimley's Horns, that option 2, I don't know if they identified any code compliance issues with the current, how it sits today. I don't think there was any identified code violations in Kimley Horn's report. I'm going to verify that, but.
But my point is there's two options.
Yes, there are two options.
Yeah.
Right, and from a, as the mayor's talking about the leverage, I'm not sure we have a great deal of leverage to force the developer to move the box, because there's no, and again, I will verify this, but I don't think that there's any code compliance issues with the storm inlet today.
That storm, an as-built is an as-built. I think the engineer report was based off the as-built, at least part of it. And so they did talk about, even with that, I just can't get past, they submitted a design that was permitted and approved. They started to build, inspections happened, and an inspection was missed. Sounds like, because there's no matching up. Yes, this as-built came and went, but that was it stamped, and why we can't just stop right there. I think per what Mayor Pro Tem's section of the code she was talking about, we can't revoke the CO on that alone.
I'm suggesting that we can go explore the path of revoking the COs, yes.
Okay, we can.
That's what I'm saying.
And so the demand letter would state that? Because to me, a demand, what are you demanding? And what, we shouldn't be sending demand letters if we don't have leverage. That's not a city I want to be. Either there's an issue that we can leverage, and the issue is built not to the approved plans, CO needs to be revoked.
Is there a way, I mean, this contractor has other projects in the city. Is there a way we can hold Up his other projects?
Well, I don't want to say, I'm very, I would be very surprised if the developer is not listening to this conversation right now. So I just don't want to play all our cards, so to speak. But
Well, I mean, that could be part of the demand letter.
to my knowledge, and this would defer to Anthony, to my knowledge, I don't know if we're in a position to hold up permits on a separate project based on this.
There are timeframes under the Florida Building Code. Contractor rights. I mentioned demand letter, I didn't say demand letter. Certified and built according to the plan. Which is site related.
Yeah.
What does that mean if it's not certified? How are they penalized?
Because the code requires it.
Permit isn't final, isn't it like $100?
This may be,
I mean, it's, you asked about potential leverage. It's an issue that is required by the code, where the engineering record certifies that all the improvements in a subdivision, which this is completed in accordance with the plans. Done.
No.
Nobody even asked them for it. But it's still a code requirement.
Tony, is there any specific time frame on it?
The construction of the improvements required
So it's
for
past,
subdivision of land.
so it's past due right now.
Past due, I would say, because a certificate of occupancy.
But
And revoking the CO is, again, I think that's a building official call regarding the occupancy of the building. I don't know what the, if this, down that route, I think I said it before. What impact that may have, on them, I don't, unsettling position at the very least. Because you need certificate of occupancy to lawfully occupy a building.
I thought was an option.
Yeah, well, I understand that. I mean, we could. Conditions are based on third-party actions, and those third parties don't act. Then what?
And what kind of impact is there if during hurricane season they had damage and that was in place?
Act, if any, does it have on their insurance? This is not one of those situations where a building is not habitable. Building is dangerous, where the city's exercising its police powers to revoke certificate of occupancy to get people out of buildings.
that would ultimately lead to, an expiration of the temporary certificate of occupancy. And then we're at well, what do we do now? And I think that would mean the city would have to cause the improvements to be made. Then we're back to, how do we get compensated for that?
So this goes back to January when this started. We're not, the recommended step, the motion on the floor is to continue to follow up. And I don't see how we are in the best position to ensure that those issues are resolved for those residents and those property owners, and holding the proper parties accountable is really important. We have to get that right.
And that's,
All of us. We go to bed with our neighbors and wake up and be on council for a little bit, and we'll all get off and we all get to live together. And so I want to make sure when our city attorney said we need to think about that, I hope we have thought about this. Talk about the pros and the cons, and it sounds like, of course, there's been thought about it, but that in-depth level that we need, we never thought it was worthy enough to at least go down it. And so I respect that we go back to today, which is persuasion, diplomacy. Those are ideal first steps to get things done. But at some point, under these circumstances, I do think there are some serious safety issues, not on the occupancy side, but that giant thing of rebar just one off sticking out in the back. There's serious grade and slope issues. There's photographs of flooding that's already happening around it and because of it. If you pull in the car or in the driveway, I've been to this site in rain, and it's literally waist deep if you stand in that rain under that storm that we just documented and saw. It was so deep. And all of that, and to me, yes, maybe not an issue on the occupancy, but I don't sense we have a clear path forward on how to resolve this today. So when I accept this, this is where I'm blurry, and I need to hear, we are going to do this, we're going to go, and if that fails, we are going to leverage this, and if that can't happen, I accept that. We're not magicians, but we have the law, and I'm just trying to use the law. And if we need a building official to interpret, we're very lucky to have Todd as a former. Certainly, that's not today, to weigh in and to think that that's a potential path. But I think knowing the options, I think we're all brainstorming different ideas about leveraging the other property, but are there any other ones we're not talking about? And what can we do to see a path where you can put the time question that was asked can happen once we understand the leverage? Because the original letter that was sent, I believe, by David Dickey, and I think the whole council, was shortly after December. It was early 2023. The letter went out to the contractors, and it said within 10 days, that was back, I think, in March, 10 days, and we saw those 10 days clearly. That was 2023. I mean, so while that may have not been a demand letter, that I think gave us an indication. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think too that maybe we could get an estimate on what it would cost to fix the drainage. How much will it cost? And, you know, we have stormwater enterprise funds. I don't know if we have any ARPA funds left. But I mean, we talk about flooding all the time. And here, the way it was constructed made it worse for the people there. And we issued the CO with that, without, you know, looking at the letter from John Picard about the drainage system being wrong, we issued the COs anyway, so the city is at fault to a certain extent. What would be the cost of fixing it? And then we would have a number in a demand letter to the contractor as well, what it's gonna cost for us to make it right. I mean, I don't know.
Mayor, may I speak? Mr. Pekar has made some recommendations. I don't recall exactly in which memo, but he indicated there is a code-compliant technique of, I'll say, basically burying some pipe in the backyard. And there would be several advantages to that. One would be it would be relatively inexpensive. And the second option, or the second advantage would be that they would have the owners, there wouldn't be any swale. It would just be covered over and it would be a flat yard. So they would have full advantage of everything behind the
I
home.
think you
Now,
said vaults, right?
yeah, it's a type of vault. So there are options for the council to consider, relatively inexpensive ones. I don't have all the details sitting here this evening, but we could certainly pursue that and maybe provide some additional information to the council.
I think the goal here is to fix the problem.
Yes, quickly
Residents.
and quickly.
And quickly. I mean, we've waited for the contractor, waited for the contractor. Now he's gonna meet with you Friday again, wait. I would like to get the numbers on what it would cost, and we're in the budget season now, so I just wanna fix it for these people.
Agreed.
Says no.
No, John, let me just quickly, I understand exactly where Mayor Morrison's coming from. Who's responsible here, contractor, whatever. It's hard to let people off the hook when they've done something wrong and, they need to get it right. So, Mayor, I agree completely with you on that fact. Councilmember Davis and Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, I'm thinking the same way as I was sitting back there is, how long is this process going to be pursued and back and forth and hoping it gets resolved or whatever? If Dave and his staff or whoever could put a dollar amount, potential estimate on how long this takes and what it needs to be fixed and paying the lawyer fees, Anthony's in here all the time, what have you, and being called on the phone, whatever. Let's look at that. What's that cost? Because in answer to your question, I don't know what it takes to do what we need to fix. I don't know if you said moving the thing. I think the mayor mentioned maybe he was just estimating $15,000, $20,000, whatever it is. We have that money in the Stormwater Fund and unrestricted. I have that money right now. Now, I don't know. It's not going to run up to $100,000. I'm listening, talking to you. It sounds like $15,000, $20,000, $25,000. We have the money right now in unrestricted, and there are some ARPA funds that can be made available. So the only reason I'm stating this is, if we're going to go this long road and spend thousands of dollars of the city's money, and we could resolve this with $20,000, $25,000, which we have, then that might be the option. I'm just letting you know that the money is there, but I also understand the principle of, just saying, oh yeah, they messed up, and now we gotta, we're gonna just let them off the hook. But in the bigger sense, if we spend $40,000 to go through this whole process and whatever, and it'll only cost us $20,000 to fix it, that's the city's money. And as the finance director, I would say that that's the way to go because we have this money. And we do have ARPA money. We do have ARPA money to cover this, free money. So I just wanted to emphasize that.
I'm tracking with you, John, on that, and maybe what we could consider is the demand letter is you have until this time to complete this improvement. If not, the city will cause it to be done and will use every remedy available by law to be compensated by you, the contractor. Leave it at that.
Is there any way, I was the one that brought up us repairing it because they're sitting there having storm damage. Is there any way that we can talk to them when they meet on Friday and let them know, we've waited this long, we're going to fix it, and we're going to recover?
If we have direction from council on that, to do that, we can do that.
Or just at least meet with them, because they're already getting together. If they're getting together on Friday, they probably have some intention of discussing it at the least. And that way we can find out what their intentions are as far as when they are saying they're going to fix it. If it's not fixed by that date, we get the estimates and we get it done. Because we need to get water off those streets. We need to get their properties resolved. We're coming into a very active storm season. Y'all know how I am. I will harp on this because we need to make sure we get that water off that street. And there are things that were not correct. We do need to take our part in it and get it done. And that's like a one-time thing. If we ended up spending it, our city spending it, it's a one-time thing that we're spending when it wasn't exactly, everything didn't go exactly the way that it should.
Mayor, if I could get clarification from Dave, who's meeting with who and where on Friday?
Project developer Gary Wittenkind is meeting with the engineer of record, Mike Allen, at Allen Engineering, 5 o'clock on Friday.
So, I'm sorry, Mayor. you
No,
have-
go ahead and finish, then I'll go when you're done.
Mayor, if it's the direction of the council to, we could go straight to the demand letter, or I think as Councilmember Jackson is saying, meet with them subsequent to this Friday meeting and say, look, council has already authorized us to pursue a demand letter and see where that influence gets us. Or we could just go straight to the demand letter.
My question is, I understand we need to fix it. I understand all that. But are we opening the city up to every time a contractor doesn't finish something, oh, the city's going to fix it, and
Well,
why you fix theirs, why aren't you going to fix ours?
that's a
So that's
problem.
another option to consider, is are we opening up a can of worms for the city?
And that's
that's-
the risk. That's the
No,
risk.
this is a problem that's not going to happen again on my watch.
There you go.
My staff is aware of the problems that were made on this, and we're going to be hyper vigilant on this to make sure it doesn't happen. As Dave said, we know we've missed some things, and this is a key one that we've missed. Issuing the CO before all the check boxes were done, not following the CO application properly like it's meant to be done, not
Right.
getting the building official to review the site plan. That's all documented as where we missed it. That's not going to happen again on my watch.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if subsequent to this Friday meeting, we certainly, in a negotiation, you don't want to be the first one to make an offer. So let's hear from them what they are going to do. And if it's unsatisfactory, we throw the demand letter down on them and we proceed.
And we can report back to the council at the next council meeting on that, how that went. And you can let us know if you want to go ahead and authorize the demand letter at that time.
Are you talking about the council meeting next week?
Yeah, we can get an answer by then, right?
Because we need to make a decision on a direction with this.
Right.
We're talking about water.
About an estimate on how much it would cost.
Yeah, can we go ahead and move forward to that?
We're going to do everything we can to get the council an estimate by the meeting next week.
Yeah, I think that the cost that the developer would have incurred to make the improvements of the approved design plan is really that the issue. So that work should have been done no matter what the cost was. And then to go above and beyond what the design plan says and to do underground excavation or tanks or chambers or anything like that, I think we looked at like Fillmore Avenue, those projects, even the CRA matching grants to go above and beyond to fix it. Heck, yeah. But I don't want to lose sight of, yes, we can quickly fund it and pay for it, but that's sort of just a best case scenario. I don't think the reason we would have to do that is if we did not have leverage, right? And so I think that demand letter is really important. And what goes in there, and I hope we don't have to pay for it, but as far as, matching or going above and beyond to help double down for that area and do some stormwater low impact development stuff, yeah, or as John Picard recommended, that's great, but we want to fix it, and I'm not sure we've approached them with anything since that last letter. And if they are willing to help it or to improve it, and they're meeting with the engineers, I think in their head there's too much money. They're not saying it all costs, right? Money doesn't grow on trees. There's a limit, but we can't in the demand letter say what they're actually building. The property owners, I think, would be happy with at least that stormwater inlet for the 306 owners. They can speak for themselves, but the swale and the stuff on the background, we don't know which design, if there are options, and the cost. And so if we're going to get the cost, we need to get
Mayor, I can help with
total
that.
cost on all of it, right?
I want to remind the council, on the option on that front one, the two options, the council already made it clear, and Dave made it clear to the contractor, that the preference is for the original design unless it cannot be accommodated, and we want to know why, if it cannot be accommodated. Only then would we look at that option B. So if we're going to fix it, we're going to have the same burden on us. We want the approved design unless we cannot.
Don't want to run forward with the money in the hand trying to fix it, and especially without talking to the property owners. I think we can get involved, but I'm not sure we've put the options that we have and exhausted them and went to the contractor.
I think that's what we're heading towards is something will come from Friday. We have time before the next meeting. We're trying to everything that we can to do. Got one more handout, reach our handout to the contractor again, okay. Another chance, but we're not waiting forever,
So if I kind of want to shape this into consensus so that we can all make sure we're agreed and that Anthony is comfortable with it too. As I understand it, the consensus is shaping up to after Friday, so that means Monday, contact the contractor and the developer, ask for a status update, and tell them that the council had this meeting and directed staff to proceed with a demand letter where you will have a certain amount of time to be determined by this council. And the city, if that time passes, after that time passes, the city will cause all the improvements to be made, and we'll look to the contractor for remuneration to the full extent of the law. And Gary and Andre, we're putting you on notice. This is the direction the council has given us, and we're prepared to proceed with that. And then our next step is to follow through on that. I mean, I think the only thing that would stop us from following through on that is if they've actually pulled a permit to do the work.
Okay.
That sound like a consensus item?
I think we've all wanted it to be fixed as fast as possible, and I believe that the contractor has said they want to fix it because they believe they should fix it, and that the city has enough leverage to know that they should fix it, and it gets done not $1 to the taxpayer as fast as possible. And yes, I think that's all good. And if not, I don't disagree that these things should not wait, but how we got here and how long this has been in front of us is the bigger issue. And so I believe we're in a position where the demand letter can result in seeing these changes done in a quick manner. And I'm not 100% confident on that because I don't think we are within ourselves. And we have to get there. And we go through it. I know we want to move on and fix it in that, look at all these issues, right? So the recommendation, getting back to the motion on the table, is, I think, goes back to some major issues around these properties, specifically I don't think it's wise that we vote tonight on the org chart. I don't feel that responsible voting on the org chart. I know that was added in, so if we want to talk about the org chart, if the city manager needs our feedback on the org chart, and that's what we're giving tonight, fine, but I don't understand what a vote would do unless, and if you do want our feedback on the org chart, Mr. City Manager, is that what you're seeking?
It was an motion made by a council member. I didn't ask for that.
That aside, do you want to, I would not be offended if you don't. I don't think it's my sphere of role, but if that's what your intent was, it sounds like it was not.
I'm the one that submitted the change to the reorganization to that in the budget. And I did that, John, what was it, a couple months ago when we first talked about that? Since then, came up with the recommendations. We talked about, well, we should possibly consider a consultant to do that. Council clearly doesn't want to do that, so we're left with this on the table as the proposed organizational structure.
And when you say this org structure in the agenda item tonight?
No, it's in the budget. I think Councilmember Willis referred to it as in the budget.
That's why I'm uncomfortable. Another reason is it's not within the scope of the special meeting.
Right.
Nor, I mean, I'm fine with pushing stuff through, but maybe, is that okay if we omit that so that we can?
Well, one of the concerns I have is that we're down a number of people. The inspections we don't have a building official. Inspections aren't happening, or not to the degree we would desire them. Dave could speak to this, I'm sure, but that, the longer we're delayed, we're going to have customer service issues with things not happening.
The way I look at this is for 20 years, we've had some problems around this entire department. And that projects were getting approved that look like this project. And so, yes, 6 months has been painful, but this is not the only one. They've happened. I'm sorry, but it's the reality. And these seem to check all the boxes for me: flooding, resident, business, and said, instead of jumping to the next one and the next one, let's just try to fix these. And so, yes, we don't have two building officials, code enforcement, but why? Why do we not have them? That's a serious, if we really unpack that, which I'm not suggesting, is that org chart and that whole thing in regards to the vacancies, the majority of the personnel being gone is not necessarily just because they're gone doesn't mean we need to replace them. I think we have to stop and go, well, why are they gone? And from my understanding, there's multiple reasons. We are not all on the same page. We all haven't all discussed the reasons why. I think we're sort of taking from our one-on-ones in this report and coming to our own conclusions. But from what I'm seeing is, and I said in the last meeting, when I go through and I read this report and I look at the recommendations or the root problems, I have serious issues with our values, and I have serious issues with the root causes in regards to what was lacking, right? So I'm getting the opinion that because these individuals, who I'm not saying are no longer here, that now we can fix the problem. That would assume that they were the problem, and I've never said that. Those people, I have tremendous amount of respect for each and every one of them, and the same here today. However, I bear, and we all as council members bear a higher calling when we come in for these meetings to take the whole public into view and to make the best decisions for the citizens of Cape Canaveral. And when I look at the values, when I look at the job descriptions, when I look at this department, and when I see how long this has happened and what we've asked for, I do not like the org chart that I'm seeing. Not because, well, first, there's a director moving to a director. That's a decision that our city manager can make. But I do have direct access to our city manager, and we do have authority to say that I don't understand that. I do not believe that those folks who resigned and or separated and or no longer with us, maybe that was supposed to happen, maybe that was for the best, but that department did not have the leadership it needed. Are addressing it by creating an opening there. No one's disagreeing with that, it sounds like. But what was missing, I do not see how that transfers over and doesn't create the same issues. And so to cut to my concerns openly and transparency, those are my issues. And I know that the org chart is a big part of this because strategically that's a big decision that how we're going to navigate forward. But this is not Fillmore and Jackson. This is not 2024 meeting. This is 2014, 15, 16. This goes back, and it just kept happening over and over again. And when I sum it all up and we go, let's just fix the drain, and this decision tonight is so much bigger because we are trying to decide whether or not, in my opinion, we all understand this report. And my message is as high level as I can state it, is we have values, and those values are our responsibility to uphold. And the values: commitment to excellence, dedication, accountability, innovation, proactivity, fiscal responsibility, integrity, teamwork, civility, communication, diversity, and inclusivity, fun. On our city website, it says join a winning team, successful members of the City of Cape Canaveral team. It talks about honesty and integrity. I like that. And the information that I've seen in one-on-one meetings, in public meetings, in the community, has been exhausting to finally get to, and it falls short for reasons that I do not think is right. And so either we're going to look at this and address the issues, and I do think it's on this council, and the question of what we do about it is, yes, some people are gone, but that department wasn't functioning. All the things, lacking policies, gray area, lacking direction, that's all within the leadership of that department. And we need to figure out whether or not this will continue. And I'm not sure I can see moving forward how moving people around, as Councilmember Jackson said, is going to fix this. And I'm not sure that people who's left should have left. And I know that they did not leave all for the same reasons. And I think we all know that. And so this problem's big. It's much bigger than a drain. It's been going on for a long time. And I don't think moving the org chart around is the solution. But I do think that we have to focus on identifying whether or not serious values are at play. If we have a commitment to excellence, if we go back through emails and see, I did not see that happening. That's what our code says, a commitment to excellence. We added the word commitment in there because it was important. Dedication, dedicated to performing our duties to the best of our abilities and going above and beyond to achieve high-quality results. In this circumstance, on Fillmore and on Jackson, I did not see that. And I like to give extra credit and points to me, or wherever you can, and to assume the best. I've been so patient and so long on this one and assumed, wait till you get all the info in. Accountability. We have a responsibility to one another and the public to perform our jobs. This is important. Effectively and efficiently. Not even looking at character or anything like that. Just either I've been very inefficient and very ineffective as mayor at several things that I want to improve in. I'm not saying that because you're inefficient or ineffective, but it's a problem. And the voters would have to decide for me. What I'm saying is there's some serious inefficient and ineffective things. This is a value under accountability. These aren't words that I think we just put up to make us, aspire to. We talked about the difference in aspirational core values or permission to play values. I think we ought to say these are all important. We're going to treat them all equally. But the last thing I'll say is when I went down every value and applied it to Fillmore and I applied it to Jackson and I looked back and I listened to what was stated, what was provided, what I knew, the credibility of the evidence from this side, the credibility from this side, we have a problem in the city of Cape Canaveral around values. And Ms. Visidomini, I think, was here, and she said that if those things are happening, don't quote me, that those things should not be a part of our city happening. And they've happened. And they've continued to happen. And even coming out of this, they're continuing to happen. And some of this is just white knuckle. To where no is issued. Don't know what else to tell you. We've done all we can do. I don't accept that. And I think that this is a delay that has went too long. That's how I feel about it. The values are at stake. I don't want to go in and talk through all the details of why. My hope is that in your one-on-ones, but I'm happy to, is that when I hear the public comments and the statements, when I read some of the emails, I don't agree with all of it. There's many accomplishments our city has done, and the individuals here, everybody's got a home run at some point in our city. Every individual, I can tell you how they will, where they shine, and I've got positive things to say about all of us. But this one just got too big, too fast, and to me, the level and the steps that need to be taken needs to be far greater than what I'm seeing today. So that's it. Thank you.
Just want to add that mistakes were made. You admitted you make mistakes. I make mistakes. Everybody here makes mistakes. But I don't think it was the intention of this staff to not show value, integrity. This staff works very hard, and there have been issues in code enforcement or whatever, but they did not go out and intentionally do something that lacked value, lacked integrity. They were doing a misunderstanding of the code or whatever. I disagree with you. The staff has always shown value. Maybe some of the stuff in integrity was wrong or certain things, but I don't think there was any intention on the staff's part. So I disagree with you on that. I don't think, I mean, nobody's perfect, and council has not done everything perfect, staff hasn't done everything perfect, the public's not perfect, but I do not think it was their intention to go out there with no value and all the other values or items that you listed. So I disagree, and I think that we owe it to Todd to try the organization that he's done. I don't know what else you would want. I don't know what else. You're obviously asking for something else, and maybe you have something in mind. This is what he's telling you he thinks can solve the problem. He's dealt with this, he's talked to the people, and this is we've asked for his opinion, and this is it. This is what he thinks will solve the problem. So I think we have to give him that chance. And I don't know what you're looking for. I don't know whatever else you want. But if you're looking for something different from this, you say it right now so we can vote on what you want or don't want. But I don't think any intention was out there to break any of those values.
But if there was, I'm not saying that you're.
No, I'm sorry.
But if there was a value, do we at least agree that, like, when is a time when it's just best that you part ways? When is that okay?
Say it again.
Like, if there was physical violence, right, we would all agree that's not tolerated.
Mm-hmm.
But we won't, if these values here, you're saying you do not believe it was intentional. And I'm saying, but if it was, is that even a term? If you found out that something was intentional, do you believe that that's enough to say, hey, not welcome here, we're gonna, best of luck, right?
Well, one, it depends if you can prove that it's intentional.
Sure.
And why.
Absolutely.
So that's a hypothetical as it is, so I don't really have an answer for that.
If it was proven, I hope you would say yes. Because otherwise, what's the purpose of holding the values, or at least correct it, right? But there's some really big ones, like integrity and honesty, I think, are the ones that we value. My point is if we're in this world of, well, you just always improve and you never move, and you're asking what change, I'm trying to be as clear as I can, is that we believe that people leaving, it sounds like, for whatever reason, is actually the reason we should move forward in the problems being fixed.
No, we're saying that's part of the solution.
So the people who left it, you're thinking is part of the solution. I don't know why that's true. I don't know why the building official's gone is the solution. I don't know why the code enforcement officer being gone is now suddenly the solution.
I'm not saying it's the solution, but this is where we're at now. We're given a suggestion on how we should reorganize this.
Yeah.
So we either do it that way, or, again, I'll go back to bring in third consultant, not investigator, consultant. If I say investigator, I apologize. Then bring in a third person and get somebody else's opinion, an outside opinion. If you're not willing to accept this, what the city is offering, what the city manager is offering, that is, this is his solution, after talking to everybody, then what else do you want? What else is there to do? You won't, say, I'm not saying you, council, will not, doesn't want an outside person to give their thoughts, but they don't want to accept what the city manager has to do. So what are you suggesting to be done? I mean, I can't give you a reason why these people left, but it's done. They're gone. This is what we deal with now. For whatever reason they left, I don't really know. I'm not whatever, but they're done. I mean, they're gone. So this is what we have to do. We have to move forward. I'm so tired of rehashing this whole thing over and over and over. I want to get it fixed, but we're just doing the same thing over, and you either accept what the city manager has to do, or you offer another opportunity or what else to do. So that's where I'm at. I don't think any of the code enforcement, the building official, I don't think any of them intentionally went out there and did stuff. I mean, maybe I've done stuff later. I think, oh God, that may not have been the best thing to do. It happens. We're human. But I will not, unless you can prove to me otherwise that it was intentional on their part, I have a hard time believing that the staff would do that.
Okay, so, thank you. I think proving otherwise is really, that's on our city manager's shoulders, and I think we can go into that depth, but I don't think that's productive use of our time. We know what we know, and yes, people are moving, but it's blurry right now, and things are moving, and fix this and all these things, and I'm seeing a path forward that, just as one example, I don't see how we're going to, without spending our own money or resolving the drainage issue. But this goes back to, I've got a thick folder. I do not believe that when we talk about the values of I'm just going to pick one. We are dedicated to performing to the best of our abilities and going above and beyond to achieve the high-quality results, right? The amount of information that we've went back and seen, whether it be around the accuracy of the example we heard today in public comments about, and we spent time on, this document, or this garage was cleared, and then we go back through and we learned, wow, quickly a photo comes out and it wasn't cleared. And how we kind of, I think, watered that down a little and just said, that's a big deal. I mean, if you just stop and look at that, that's a big deal to me. And it's so much bigger than the individual who is directly involved. It was, actually, I didn't even speak to that individual. It was the information I was provided with a high level of confidence that we can all go back again and over, and then I was put on defenses, oh, you don't trust us, and we go back and it was wrong. So at a minimum, why was that? And we never got a good answer. And it was stated in the meeting that that officer put that information in there on 5/24, and I don't know why it was cut off of the report. How was that statement made that on 5, with such confidence, after all this time and all this research? I understand if I just hit you on the street and asked and you made them, but like, everything needs to be right, and that just was not the case at all, and it was stated multiple times. Councilmember Davis, I can show you that type of little story there, and I think we all can, that's happened on multiple occasions around the same department with citizens, and over again. I'm exhausted.
I don't think anybody's denying that there were mistakes made. I don't think anybody here is doing that, staff, council, whatever. We're not denying it. What we're saying is we have to move forward. We need to finally get this resolved. However, we need to move forward. We acknowledge that the mistakes are made.
Yes.
We all make them. So why keep going back over them? We need to move forward. I don't think when whoever told you or whatever you're talking, I don't think that person intentionally lied to you. I mean, I'd have to pull them up here and ask them. I don't think they would intentionally lie to you or counsel.
Okay, well,
Well, there's a different opinion,
well, we want to keep it.
but we have to move forward.
Absolutely. And I'm trying, but we have to move forward.
Admitting that there were problems and to move forward. If we keep going up towards back, we're never going to move forward.
I don't think we're moving backwards. I think we are moving forward. Yes, Councilmember Davis. Or Jackson, sorry.
I would like to request something from our city manager in regards to this whole conversation. We've gotten the report from you and the org chart, and looking at that as possible solutions. is there any way you could give us a second or third option of things that could occur within that department to eliminate some of these things from happening going forward? So not necessarily looking at it like an org chart and movement of people, but instead look at a task-oriented type of document with the things that need to be improved on a very large scale, not the SOPs, but in a large scale that would eliminate the things that we're talking about now. So do we need to change procedures? Do we need to look at how information is entered into BS&A? Let's look at the objectives and the tasks that would alleviate it potentially first, and then that way we can address the problems or the problem areas with the manpower and what that would look like later. Because the problem I have voting this going forward is all I know is org charts changing, and there's going to be SOPs, processes in place. But you know what? If we know what the problems are, and we're seeing a lot of the problems, we've discussed them for 5 months, actually longer than that, right? 6 months. So we should very easily be able to put together something that says, these are our problems, and this is what we need to do to fix those problems. Then we can go back and take a look at the org chart and all that. But I don't have a good feeling for that yet, other than I know in your results column you have those things, but I don't know how those problems are really going to be fixed. I need to know what procedures are really going to fix them, as far as at a high level and overview for, like, you know, we're going to put in this checks and balances step to ensure that anybody that goes out and inspects this property has gone through this checklist. We're not going to, the person who would issue the occupancy permit, they will not issue that until they've determined and checked off in this and BS&A or whatever they need to do. You know, if we could see that kind of thing, so we know that the process tasks that have to be repaired, that we've got those, instead of just looking at it on a personnel level, it would help me. Is there any way to do that?
I feel like that's kind of what I've been working towards with these recommendations for the standard operating procedures. There's new standard operating procedures that are being developed as a result of all this that have to do with those inputs and outcomes for each process.
Can you give us that? Just give us a flow chart on that then. So on the, you're working on them already. So list them out and then tell us if we do this, we're going to check it here, and then that tells us it's good to go and we can go to the next step. That's what I'm looking for. And I know y'all are working on that.
Yeah, we intend to produce that document for you. Will it have flow charts? Yeah, it'll probably have some flow charts in it.
Whatever to communicate to council how this is going to be resolved. Because what I'm seeing is from a human resources standpoint. But if I understand what that person's involvement and how the procedures have changed, then I'm going to be more open to accepting just a personnel change on something, or an org chart change, or change however we need to on the flow. But right now, I don't know what y'all are working on catching these. I see all of these things, and we missed this, and we went ahead and gave occupancy permit, and this was verbal, and that, and this, and that. We need some checks and balances before we go to the next step. I know that BS&A is kind of a new system as of like 2019 or whatever, but if I could see processes and understand the improvement, then if it requires personnel, I'm gonna be much more open to looking at that way.
And okay, and this is really it's a two-step it's a two-pronged approach. One is the SOPs, which are process-oriented, step-by-step, and training required, perhaps remedial training. The other part of it is the reorganization, which is mostly based on allocation of disciplines within the city. In my opinion, there's too much focus. There's a lot of disciplines going on currently in the Community and Economic Development Department. And splitting that up, I think, will help. There's more going on in that department, I would say, than any other department as far as so many things going on. We look at the number of agenda items that come out of that department, I would say it probably beats any other department. But splitting that up means we can have the directors focus more closely on their processes without one director having all of these processes to be involved in. So it's a two-pronged approach is why I'm recommending that. So it's having the processes and the procedures down in the SOPs, but also the scoping of the departments.
And I'm going to tell you something coming from large corporations. How do you do it then, Mr. City Manager? Because you've got them all.
Yeah,
So
but-
how are you doing that? You see what I'm saying, though?
Sure, but I've got professionals that are responsible for each of those departments doing them.
But it ultimately comes to you.
Yes.
So if you don't understand some of these things, and you came from the departments that are having issues, so you understand them better than most, but you understand what I'm saying. How do we as a council make the decision on this if we don't understand what is our there's got to be a proposed solution more than we're going to write procedures and here's a new org chart and that's going to help. No, I want to know after listening to this and just the public comments, that's concerning to me. And it's concerning to all of us. So I need to know how how an org chart change is going to address the specific issues we have in this group. Now, I know what you're saying. You're going to have them more focused and all this. No. Let's identify what were the issues. You've got them identified. What's going to fix that? Just changing a person's going to fix that or adding a person? No, there's got to be checks and balances and procedures, and I don't know what those are. That's why I was asking for an overview with the SOP that y'all are working on.
You'll get
It
that.
would help.
Yeah, you'll get that.
Okay. That's all I had.
Well, I think, yes, the issues that we got in the root causes and the exercise of listing them and pairing them up with solutions is good. And we are tracking towards that. But when I go through each one of these, where I believe that the disconnect is the reason why these things happened. First, the history of Cape Canaveral is that for some reason, some properties that remained blight, and then some properties would seem like they were, had too much pressure on them. And what we learned is that this happened quite a bit, or a resident would complain and then they get a response and some of these issues get solved brilliantly. But the trend around code enforcement, surf drive going back, and the answers that were being given to was that, this is private property rights. This takes a long time. You need to be patient. We're proactively working it. There was no way to verify anything other than come by and talk or do a full-blown records request. And then it's sort of, dependent on understanding the request and did you get everything. And today we've come a lot further in some areas, but what still lingers today, and without a full court press on Jackson, and thankfully that the property owners there, the tenants, Peg, that whole crew, they were tenacious enough to stick with this and to follow this through. And the same with the Hearst, was that most of this, the steam would have ran out on other ones. And the reason it went so long is the question we have to ask ourselves. This is like, it's not just January 6 months. This has been going on, and resolution doesn't happen, and the reasons they're being told, it's never our fault, seems like. That's private civil, that's this. Well, you're gonna need to talk to the private property owner. The process takes time. Sometimes, that's true, but in this case, it made no sense. And that's how this city, I think, has operated for a long time. And property sat there, and issues happened, and nothing more glaring and bright than what we started seeing happening with literal property, life safety, fire issues back in 2017 and 18. There were notices of violations, and they just went away. And compliance in the field. No, it wasn't. How could it have been? That's not true. That isn't misunderstood. That isn't public perception. That is inaccurate. First attempt, fine. Second attempt, fine. Third, you're still saying that? We're still saying the same stuff, maybe in a little bit way. Let's move on. The thousands of dollars that we're calculating over 6 months, and all the time and the money and the resources and hourly ranges and our precious time, I believe pales in comparison to 2 decades of private property owners on their dollar, on their dime, battling a code enforcement department that did not represent these values. Did not. And it was, on many cases, I'm not saying willfully going in the direction of, rebel or anything. It just wasn't taken seriously. That's how I feel. Because first time, okay, second time, but this has now been full light. The full council has eyes on it. It's put on the agenda. It has been tried to be suppressed at times. Don't put it on the February agenda. And if we did not bring this up, things would maybe get resolved and it would dwindle. And I do not believe it would get resolved. And the same reasons that got us into this mess, and it is a mess, I am not confident are being addressed, because we have all the laws. We have Constitution, we have state constitution, we have our ordinances, we have Florida Building Code, we have our values. This whole exercise was about common person reading Chapter 162, which is short section on code enforcement, reading our code, looking at any standing operating procedures, which there was none. They're being written. It's been 10 years, this department. This has been issued. There was no desire to create an SOP, to my knowledge, because there wasn't one created, or at least talked about. And I believe that it was intentionally not created. I believe that there is a culture and a philosophy in the city of Cape Canaveral that the less you write, the better off you are. And I understand that, but I can't live that way and fix issues. All that props up is it allows everything to kind of be unverifiable. And it's run, I think, too long on some things, but on this one, when we started forcing it in writing, getting it back, recording meetings, God, we can go back and you start putting it all together. Efficient and effective and excellence in management in that department has not been lacking because of processes and procedures are missing. Because I do not believe there was a desire to put the processes and procedures in place, about as much desire as there has been to have an employee handbook. There's a cornerstone issue between the transition of the last city manager and this one was the lacking of that. And when I ask myself why, I think it comes down to the value of accountability. I'm not saying that well, we're all just trying to run amok and go. I'm saying in this department, a very tough job should be paid extremely well. Every police officer, code enforcement officer, fire, I believe every employee of our city for the job and what we have to deal with in Cape Canaveral compared to other cities. I'm proud, and I hope we have the most competitive and attractive pay. But that doesn't mean that job's easy. And that job is tough, and I think we have paid and we worked hard, and taxpayers invested in our officers, our managers, our directors to give a result. And we'd think when it gets escalated and up the flagpole, things would get resolved. And if it doesn't get resolved, we don't end up going, well, we need a better process and we just need to move some people around. Yes, but we got here for a reason. I'm hopeful that we can get out. But we need to ask ourselves, if our values were not followed, which ones? And I do not believe they were within the parties that I dealt with within that department, and it's been that way for a long time on multiple occasions. Personally, it's all encompassing for me, and I think all of us in different ways. I've had code enforcement come to my door and try to write me a violation for parking on the rocks in my front yard. That was one of the first early clues in a letter that in 2019, when this was going down, when this property was sitting over there, and I believe our code enforcement should have been prosecuting the deficiencies and the issues at the Jackson Avenue property before Peg and Scott bought it or leased it and tenanted. If you go back, and I was just going through history, and looking at it, I was, doesn't matter, on the receiving end of an email that the former community engagement director was out taking photos, and an anonymous complaint came in that I was parking in the grass, or you can't park in your driveway because, that it needs to be paved. They basically wanted me to pave my whole driveway and not park in the garage. And, me being new, I'm like, oh gosh, I don't want it. And I start looking into it. I'm like, that's not what I see, but okay, respect the officers, and they're the experts and they know. And that's where it all began. And it hasn't let up. Every time it's like, well, that doesn't make sense. And when a resident goes, well, how can they not be violating the code? Well, and you don't get clear answers. And it just goes on and on and on. And to me, there's been plenty of time to try and resolve that. And I don't have a problem with the software. I don't have a problem with the code. I don't have a problem with the procedures. I have a problem with why we, as a collective unit, did not, especially when the council brought it as a code enforcement department, not get our stuff together and get this stuff organized. And I think the city has created a culture where if you want it, you got to come and get it. You got to come ask for it. And I hope we change transparent in the direction with BSNA. But if we don't, we'll say we want that, but I do not see the actions that move us towards that goal. And that's a really important one, because when public trust is broken, it has to be addressed as it happened accurately. And statements were made to me, Councilmember Davis, that I believe the person was not certain and as a best case. And what they said to me was, at a minimum, they're okay if they were wrong, as a best case. But under these circumstances, knowing I cannot make any sense why that one example of this event that happened that we heard about in public comments was inserted, when you put it all together, and how that was handled is just unacceptable. And again, not the individual. This happened in the whole department.
Can I go back to my question? We understand and acknowledge there's been problems. You know, this is for the city manager to handle. It's an administrative procedure for him to do the organizational chart.
That's
He's
it.
made suggestions. Obviously, you don't like those suggestions, or it appears that you do not like those suggestions. So what are you suggesting?
I think that our city manager, if this is the only option he's given, I'm happy to share what I suggest. But that's a decision for him. And I think that it is fair to say, we're not talking about the org chart tonight, or it's not in front of us, but yes, I have an issue with the org chart. It doesn't make sense to me. But I got issues with a lot of things. I also don't have any authority over the org chart. So, but in fairness to the city manager, he can hear that. And I think he knows, I've spoke with him. He knows, I think, where my concerns are, and it is really on him, I think, to figure out. But it's a long-standing culture in Cape Canaveral, and it's been allowed for too long. And I think that unfortunately, there's a few folks that continue to, I think, uphold that culture. And over the past 10 years, we've tried to break it, and unfortunately, it's still hanging on. And I've seen it completely broken in other areas of the city and seen major transformation. But in this area, I think it's continuing, and it's taking a great amount of resources to try and pull this out. And we're still to this day trying to pull and trust and question, and it's just really hard to get it straight.
Yeah, we do want to get it right. I've heard from a few council members on the reorganization, and I'm finding that it's helpful to hear these things. Could we hear from all the council members, if that's okay?
I think, I don't know when exactly we decided to go to less departments. I think that was a mistake. I think we should have kept it the way it was. I think we did it to save money. I think the building department should be on its own. And we've said as a council for the last year, 2 years, do you guys need help? Do you need more code enforcement officers? Was the burden because they had too many open cases? I think we've done what we can to help. But like the mayor was saying, the code enforcement problem, if you look at any survey that has been done in the city for a long time, code enforcement is always a problem. And it's not an easy job. Nobody likes the code enforcement officers, but it's always been a problem. I think we need to know more about the reorganization chart and how the things are going to work. And I think the values that we have are very important, and that should be the top priority for each department. And for something for us to strive for completely. I think a lot of missteps happened in the evaluation from the city manager. It was the truth, one truth, the other truth, and the real truth. That this whole thing has been very embarrassing to me as a council, that it took this long to figure this out. Again, I've said a million times, we're pro-business, and then we treated Peg and her business like we did. And obviously, there was a problem with the code enforcement officer there. I don't think he was straightforward. I think he was tolerated in the city longer maybe than he should have been. There was everybody, I've been in the city 30 years, and people I've talked to, everyone that I talked to about code enforcement had a problem with him. And it's not just this past year. It's
Mayor.
been for a while.
Mayor, may I interrupt? I'm sorry. We did sign a separation agreement with a non-disparagement clause.
Okay.
What does that mean for us?
Means I can't say
We
anything bad.
shouldn't say anything disparaging.
We are
No,
liable for what we say.
I'm just saying in the spirit and the intent of the agreement was non-disparagement.
I don't want to do anything disparaging, period, with or without an agreement, but I do want to be clear that that agreement was
No.
bound by the terms of that agreement.
Separation agreement signed by the city manager.
Well,
But
I'll just,
But I'm
He
hearing
bound
anything.
us, the council, he bound Mayor Pro Tem from speaking
I'm not,
freely.
I didn't say that, Mayor.
No, I'm saying,
Mayor, I
you
didn't
said
say
he
that.
signed it.
I said the manager signed a separation agreement. Former employee. That's what the manager's referring to.
Stopped Mayor Pro Tem Callum.
Okay, well, Ms. Callum is just expressing her opinion regarding code enforcement. Generally, and mention it, and not mentioning anyone's name. Ability to communicate thoughts. Not hearing anything that's disparaging, I'm hearing that.
Anthony, for clarifying. Please, I'm sorry for interrupting.
anyway, I mean, what I'm trying to say is this has been a long time, a long problem. And hopefully, you know, I would like I said, to learn more about and really look into this separation of the departments and, you know, how, like Councilman Jackson was saying, how this is going to work, a flow chart, you know, maybe job descriptions for who's going to do what, and just learn about it and strive to make the values and our mission statement, our values, our number one priority moving forward. And I don't think the motion that was made earlier to accept this findings is separate from the organizational chart. I think that it's a budget issue as well as everything else, and it shouldn't be part of the motion. It should be two different things. But, you know, I'm for whatever we can do to make our city better for the residents, better for the people, the staff. So I'm just, you know, looking forward to making things better for all of us. And that's all I have.
Well, I think the org chart, obviously, it appears no one wants to vote on the org chart tonight, so, but I think it's separating those departments. You're siloing the proper flows and responsibilities, and you're putting someone dedicated to that building official, that code enforcement, that would sit in that silo and control everything, and not be distracted across multiple types of projects that are variable, to put it mildly. And when you've got so many different things that you're having to deal with, it's difficult. But as far as the flow, the org chart, I think it's the right direction to go in dividing these two departments. And I won't speak to any individuals on that.
So, Mayor, I know John's going to be asking me tomorrow morning, because he's got a budget, he's got a fund. are we still good with the org chart as presented? Because if,
I wanted to speak to one more time.
Did you finish?
no, I feel like I'm interrupting.
Yeah, I just wanted one last thing. As I look at the org chart, this may very well be something that we need to do. But I mean, I have to question the fact that these things were happening before those departments were in place. When we took the one and combined them, they were happening, and they're still happening today. And since I've gotten on council, things that are 2 years old and 3 years old keep popping up. I know of one property that today in the city that is still paying for leaks when this occupancy permits were permitted many, many years ago, and they shouldn't have been. So I am interested in process, as you well know, city manager. I want to know that what we're doing is going to make a difference, because to me, we need the right people in place. But you know what? I need to know how this is going to be resolved, because just putting people in a spot is not necessarily going to resolve it. Everything could continue on. So I'm really interested in any of those conversations. That's all I have.
And Mayor, if I could comment on that one, I think that's a good point. And the job description for the new department that would have, as described, zoning, code enforcement, and building department in it, I think a lot of that responsibility is going to flow out of that job description for day-to-day management of ensuring that city codes and floor building code, et cetera, all these things flow through that job description, working in tandem with the SOPs that are in the department, which you'll see. I think that's where the control is. And then we put a person in place who's charged with that job, a professional. And I don't know how easy it's going to be to find that person. It may be very difficult. I don't know.
Okay, so as we're looking at doing those things, city manager, I would like to request, because one of the things that I've seen is, or a perception that we have, is lack of transparency. You know, we had records issues and this sort of thing. And when you look at BS&A, it's a tool, but it's only as good as the people using it and inputting it. We need to make sure that those tools are being used so that those things can be checked.
Yeah.
And when you're looking at the SOPs, are you looking at those things? Because unless those things are fixed internally by our actions, and that's where I have a hard time pulling all this together in my mind, because if we keep the system we have and we move people around and do all of that, and then no changes in their procedures are happening, guess what? We haven't fixed anything.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm having a hard time just grasping how an org chart is going to change everything.
It's not as a standalone, it's not. But I'm referring to the document that was submitted on June 18th in our meeting here. This was more about code enforcement then. And just looking at, I'm just reading from that document, on the SOPs specifically, best practices for the public BS&A portal, including examples of the types of documents which should and also should not be uploaded into BSA, and identifying which documents should be publicly accessible via the BS&A portal. That's an important distinction we learned from this. Best practices for public records retention and access to include clearly differentiating between draft records and official records. These are things we've learned, and they're going to be in this SOP document.
Okay. And another one I would add in, just from my background, we need some customer service training.
Customer service is number one to me.
Okay? Because I hear all of these things. We need that too, because we've got a perception problem. So for me, those things are kind of important. That's why it makes, when you look at it as granular as I do, I have a big picture view, but I know what it takes to fix things. And I want to make sure that we're addressing all of the issues on the different levels, because if you're just addressing one and moving employees around and we're not taking the other things into consideration, then we have an issue. And it's, to me, it's presented a little backwards. We need to look at the SOPs and then talk about who's managing what, because if we don't look at the procedures, how do you know, it's one of those things for me. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, just because I know John's going to be asking me where we stand on the organizational chart, and I know we're not making a decision on that tonight, but are we consensus of support for it or support for something else?
What is the other option?
I haven't presented another option. But if there's support for this, I mean, I would just like to know that at least.
I'm sure you would. I would like to know other options. I think it's not when you put one option in front of us. Now, if that's your only option,
Well, I think it's
I mean, to me, it's a trap. It's yes or no, but there are other options.
Sure, and we could certainly discuss that.
I also don't want to interfere. I've been told about interfering with administration, and so this is administrative. I think I made it clear. I don't think it's.
Okay.
Dialed this one in really close, and I've looked at process, I've looked at steps, and when I see problems that exist are not there by just a little oversight or an oops. It is a long-standing culture that do not align with the culture of our values. That's big stuff. And so the recommendations I'm looking for are around how do you fix that? And if some of those, I don't see how processes and procedures. Because the processes and the procedures can always improve, make it clear. Yes, we need process and procedures, but we had processes and procedures, state law, ordinance, code. And the culture was to not lead with that and to not show that. It was pull everything out and find things, and things go missing. It's too messy. It's too many questions for our local government to be operating that way. Properties. So there is a trust issue, and I think when we have that, we have to bring in some more options. So if you want our feedback, otherwise you can proceed. I think there's nothing needed from us to make that decision, but I do appreciate you asking.
Thank you for the feedback, Council.
I think he's looking for feedback.
I think that's all I'm going to get tonight.
Okay. All right. Well, I think the big things I wanted to say is I do not believe it's a civil matter. I think that the city, and we've heard the public comments, I'm going to feel a lot better when not only can we say that these are the problems, but if we look into it, I think we'll end up at the same spot. And the reality of what's needed is these policies and procedures have been coming and they haven't came. And I don't know if we're going to get them. I know that's the plan. I really don't. And when the policies and procedures we did have were so difficult to get, that does tell me that there's not a policy or procedure, and therefore there's no standard to hold accountable. And so today, whether it be a job description, that I've requested, or that the HR handbook that's, I think, been in the 90s, but it's not official, or it is, Chapter 162, the building code, all of that are values are just falling short. And so when the Allen Engineering, we can't get in touch. So I don't think it's a civil matter, just only, of course, there's civil issues. I think we've got issues, and until we can look at those issues, it's gonna be a problem. The stormwater inlet, talks about gas lines and stuff, the bonding, I think we talked about the financial coverage. Also, that plating process, I had an issue with that. It did not make any sense with me. Why the preliminary plat and the final plat were being approved at the same time, because the requirements for the preliminary plat are different than the requirements for the final plat. But P&Z approved preliminary, final, and site all in one. And then when the council got it, we did. And when I run that back through, going through the full preliminary process and the full final plat process, the bonding requirements and all those that come in, those issues in the site plan and the changes would have been caught in between preliminary and final, I think, or could have been caught, but they were sort of merged because it was, I think, considered a smaller project. That didn't make, it wasn't, we weren't required to merge those, but that's just another example of us, I think, omitting a step that doesn't, we were looking at preliminary plat requirements, and I don't think that the final plat requirements were in there. I spoke a little bit about why that relates to bonding. Thank you to David for bringing that forward as well. The swale out back has been there. There's no consistency in what the letter that we received from the developer and quoted by our city manager. It does not make any sense, that, nor would I say that that's fact. There's serious inconsistencies that were asked in the questions about the timing of that, the statement that the swale was done and then FPL came and messed up. The swale might have been done, but the swale was not done correctly, right? And so if it was done incorrectly, FPL at worst could have just kept it incorrect. And so that was presented to us. There was knowledge that it wasn't corrected. And the idea that once these become warted, as our city attorney said, I like that, or hairs on them, or issues, I sense that that's where we need our managers, our directors, our city attorney, our city manager to go all in. And I've been just like pulling, and I don't think it's been very serious. Because this meeting was a special meeting, and just keep going back. The last meeting, and you go through, we have to force these conversations. Of course, it's taken a significant amount of time, but people have been, I think, in the city of Cape Canaveral, taken advantage of for a long time in that department. I don't think that's right, and I mean that, and I don't say that just lightheartedly. I say that with seriousness because I don't believe we heal unless we state as close to the truth as we possibly can. I'm not going to sit over here and say anymore that, well, it just has nothing to do with the people. I think it does in this circumstance in these departments. We've got some people, and moving them is a viable idea. Sure. But what I'm seeing doesn't make sense. And if you don't want to see it, I don't think you will see it. And that's what we're up against. Can't we just move on? That would be nice. I'd love that, but I can't. And it's too long to go through and too painful. And plus, I owe it to the folks who've been here. They know, who've dealt with our code enforcement, and Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. It hasn't just been like any other city, right? It's the same issue, and there's just a lot of money going into BS&A. I think finance is squeezing a ton of value out of it and using it, but in that department, I mean, when we got into the unofficial and the official documents and the records, and just come by, and we should have talked about all this stuff, was a big block. And we pulled them one document out at a time and put it together, and it's incorrect. It doesn't make sense, or that form doesn't exist. And we're just going to move on No. I don't think we need a consultant to tell us that. I would love an investigation when the time is right. I'd love a consultant to come in here. I'm not against any of that. Doing it right now? Why? Why right now? Sure, let's do it right now. That's not going to accomplish anything.
So it's not an investigation.
It's only going to prolong, and we're going to wait. But haven't we seen enough? And I think that's it. So the photos, the timelines, the text, the endless amount of work that citizens did to keep track of their own records. I mean, that right there, the fact that they had to keep records, and that's not. Why couldn't they just go to the city's website and see it? I do not believe that desire to bring forth those values was there. And maybe it was because there's too much on the plate. We've been talking about that for a long time. I genuinely sense that the mentality at Cape Canaveral within that department is they will go away. Most of the time, people just go away. I do believe that selective enforcement was clearly happening. It has to be stated. I do believe that city employees have said things to me that they do not believe is true, and they know it. Why? Not even all bad, almost noble, because they don't want the city to be in a bad light. I respect that. We don't have time for that anymore. It's been decades of this. Pain, misery, people packed, left, done with it, disgusted. And they're not all wrong. And I was led to believe that there's a few crazies out there who just going to rattle your cage, and every once in a while they'll get you. But in here, we're going to do great, and we're going to do great things. And while there's a lot of great things that we're doing and we're going to keep doing, this area was not one of them, and I've been patient with it. And so major overhaul is what I'm looking for, and I hope to see it but you should not do a major overhaul, Todd, if you don't see it the way I see it. You should not. Why would you? Why would you move forward because somebody else? You have to make your own decision. But if you need any clarity on the way I see it, I'm happy to expand further than what I've said tonight. But I think we've heard from the resident that there's no way, if you go through, I was going back through the Surf Drive email, the answer that Pat Campbell got from our code enforcement was unacceptable, about the pool being out of the ground. We use the word proactive. That's a big one in code enforcement that I do not see. Proactive. How do we get the city into compliance? It's response, which is a huge part, and I know you can't always enforce all the code, but it was only if you reach out, and what we learned in this case is when someone reached out, they didn't get service, they got served directly. And then they responded with their dollar and their legal authority and their time and all the risk and all the vulnerability of both the Hearst, the Berkeleys, the Bensons, the Downings, the Schallers, all the Ellie Mae's family, all that risk to go against the policing powers of the city. That's intimidating. And it's really intimidating to sit up here in my one of three votes and say that. But they put themselves out there and they went to that level, and we see what happened. And they didn't get a response. Think about that. The last email where Ellie Mae's was sent a stiff letter by our city, notice of violation, that was countered and legal letter went in. It was sent, I think, to me and maybe the city manager or me, and then I sent it. And I asked for it to be forwarded to the entire council. And I was told that this is a matter of administration, that it was being worked on with the legal team, and that I was reminded that, hey, stay in your lane, sort of thing. But then nothing ever came out. But I was told it was being handled. And the rest of the council, I don't know if ever got it. But I felt that they needed it, and the person who submitted it, and the points made by the attorney were good. And most residents don't invest that. I don't want to get an attorney, I don't want to do that. They did it. And it just goes away. Like, no pressure that we're about to issue a notice of violation. We are on the clock. We got state law. We better have our stuff together. They never get a reply. Nothing. And they keep fighting. And today, those points are well taken. Why are we doing business like that? Why are we just not responding to we're accusing somebody of a violation, and then you send us a letter? Oh, yeah, we'll just take it down. That's not professional. Maybe I'm wrong, but Ms. Schaller has a comment card. You can speak for yourself, but I don't think she ever received a reply to that.
I would have to go back and look at it. I'm not remembering exactly when that was and what was said. This is the first time we brought it up in a very long time.
Well, it's a major part of this entire investigation. I mean, the whole timeline that you put together was, why is she receiving a notice of violation? So what I go back to the full circle is, I don't think we were honoring our values when that decision was made. And it wasn't just one individual who's not here. That went all the way up the flagpole, and then it went out.
You're referring to when she hired an attorney and forwarded it and you asked me to send it to the council?
Notice of violation went out from our city all the way up the flagpole to Ellie Mays over an alleged violation. This was, I think, the second. The parties, intimidating, you receive a letter, respond, hire, I don't know if they hired, an attorney responded to it, to the city, and sent it, questioning the notice of violation, raising valid points, case law, all that stuff. And I'm like, okay. And I just wanted to make sure the rest of the council was aware. I didn't view that as sunshine law, especially if I ask our city manager and it wasn't sent to them. So I don't know if they were ever made aware. But then I'm saying, what was it, whatever happened to that?
I'll look into that and respond.
I can respond to a portion of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I do recall that letter very well. As a matter of fact, one of the issues that the attorney brought up was how we were looking at seating for the property. Bar versus restaurant. That impacts this number of parking spaces that are required and how we evaluate a use. And he brought up some very valid points. And as a matter of fact, I think Peg can probably verify this for me. I hope she can. Is that based on that letter from the attorney, we agreed. And we took we reduced the number of parking spaces that we were looking at and requiring.
Hold on.
So, pardon?
This council reduced.
No. This council eliminated parking.
Oh, you're saying.
I'm talking about when this case started, we were looking at the parking requirements for as I recall, it was a bar, or excuse me, a restaurant. The attorney made some good points. We reevaluated our approach. We agreed with him, and we changed our position. So I certainly don't want anybody in here to think that that letter was pushed under and wasn't considered or wasn't evaluated. That's definitely not the case.
When was that?
Oh, boy. I can get you a copy of the letter. I'd be happy to, and get it to you tomorrow.
'Cause one thing I did see in the records is that the thrift store owner was fully aware of the tiki bar being built because of the fact that that was the person that pulled that permit, right? So with the tiki bar being built, you'd kind of expect an increase in people, right? And then I saw a notice of violation for parking when a complaint was filed against the thrift store owner. And I think that's where you start seeing the things that it makes it questionable. And that's why the transparency and those things are important. Because he would have had to have known from the beginning, as the person who filed the permit, that that was going to increase traffic into the back of the restaurant when the tiki bar was built. And the permit was filed by him.
But if you agreed with the attorney, you're saying you received the letter from, and that you agreed with it. Did we communicate that, or did they live in anxiety for the next several weeks wondering, what's going to happen? It's like the spider in the web. We're the city, and they're just running around. And you can't verify this letter. You can't go on BSNA. There's our unofficial and official documents. There's nowhere to go. There's no refuge other than come by and see. And what I've learned is when you come by and see, you don't get all the info. It's a very protectionist culture. And it's allowed for a lot of bad things to happen in the city. To residents, to taxpayers, to property owners. It's not fair to you or anyone else to continue to live with that culture, whether you want to accept it or not, until we have our records online accessible. They're all official and unofficial. That takes time. That takes work. I don't think that we're a fail because we don't have all that today. But the effort we've had to do to just get the level of transparency we have has been tough. But worse isn't just transparency, is then we find out that a lot of this wasn't being done. That's what we learned from this. That's my response, is what a building official, what a code enforcement officer, what a community economic development director, what a senior code enforcement officers, and I've only seen one of those 4 job descriptions, is required to do was not happening at the level that I think is. Want to know that. Were we okay with it? We deal with problems. That's not proactive. What is our code uncompliance rate? What are the things that I don't value taking a budget from 20 million, adding 5 million, adding 10 million to it, create this bigger budget, which is what we did last year. We increased it the year before, and then just throwing more and more money at it to what we've got to do is, with what we have, make the resources we have work better. And that does require moving around. But it's deep. It is deep. I can't sit up here and say a process change procedure. No, this is cultural. And I believe anyone can change. I believe in transformation. But until we all agree that, and if I'm the only one crazy over here that thinks that it's deep cultural and it is severe value related, then we should just, I think, not look at that and go for some of the lighter recommendations. But from what I've seen, and it's issues. This is an old email from early ones who started calling out some of the issues to me and to the code. And all these folks tried the process with working with the citizens. The continuous tactic of misinformation, the presentation of irrelevant information, the presentation of untruthful or deceitful information as fact, the intentional withholding of relevant information, the inability to show compliance with all aspects of our ordinances, the inadequate staff support relating to specific requirements in our ordinances. Nailed a lot of the things that I'm feeling, and I felt for a long time. And so that's it. I can talk. I've probably missed some stuff I really wanted to drive home in this time that we have. But where we left off last time We were waiting to receive it all. I still don't think we've received it all. I see city manager's name on the report that was provided. I don't know if our city attorney is not a part of that document or supports it, or you would sign your name. That's another anxiety level that I get, is I will get stuff from Todd, and it's as I understand it. And then from you is our legal opinion. Those stay separated, and I think this is the time we need to bring them together. That's sort of, that's a part of the culture too, right? You got to ask the building official, and I'm not saying this is our fault, but put yourself in our shoes. Well, you have to ask the code enforcement officer, we have to ask the manager, we have to ask the director. And the more we say that, it's the scavenger hunt to get the answer. I need to lean on our city attorney in this council on some legal recommendations. I was hoping to seek, where it falls short, is a strict compliance to the city code statutes and the ordinances was not completed on this. And the task that the engineers went out, I believe that report was worded carefully to not state that it was not compliant with the code, which you pointed out. That was what was asked. The item that was asked was, number one, obtain an engineering report, and I'm not going to read it, and a building report on cited codes, failed inspection, revised, see if it meets or exceeds all applicable city codes. So the question is did the engineers state that it complies with kitty code? I don't think they did. I think they talked about practice, and we don't have any authority over the practice and stuff. All we have, we raise our right hand, is the Constitution, state, the country, and the code and the ordinances. And so what I was asking for was the code followed by our building officials, our departments? Was our job responsibilities, was code enforcement? I think the answer is no. I've seen enough to say the answer is no. And whose fault is that? That's on us. That's my fault. That's Mayor Pro Tem's fault. That's everybody's fault. We're here to fix it. But if you don't think that that was the problem, and if you don't think that those procedures should be in place and should be followed, well then I think you think your recommendations are suitable. And I don't see it. I'm not looking at this growing the budget, adding more problems. We've got to dig down deep and I think make a big shift if we don't get out in front of this. We're a small city, and Todd, you sat in this position as building official, as community development director. David has stepped into that role, and that role has struggled.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just say call to question. We do have a motion on the table.
Okay, ready?
Will you restate the motion?
We do have public comment too, if we can do that, if you desire.
It doesn't matter. It's
There's
just,
one card.
that's fine, but we do have the motion.
Yes, we do. So the motion doesn't do anything, I don't think, but I'm happy to receive this as long as it is known as, that is not saying that, because I have received it. But I'm not approving anything. Meeting today was about talking about it. Sorry.
The motion made by Councilmember Willis was to accept the report and accept the proposed reorganization listed in the proposed budget. I mean, you didn't say it exactly like that, but that's, I believe, what you meant. And then you seconded, and the mayor asked, do you want those motions together or separate, and Mr. Willis said together.
Sometimes just voting it, if you want them through, obviously stick with it and vote your position, but if we just want to vote it back down and do another one, we can do that too, or part of it.
So we are voting on both.
We don't have to take any action tonight, I don't think, unless our city manager wants us to give him some sort of.
Well, I think the city manager asked for consensus on where we stood.
I did as far as the organizational structure, yes, sir.
And I think he has that. Do you have that to your satisfaction?
I believe Councilmember Davis, yourself, and Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Kellum are in favor of that organizational restructuring. Please correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Since that is the same as agreeing with placeholders that you're showing.
Okay. So there seems to be consensus for that and/or other options. Is that what I'm hearing the consensus is on? Is there consensus from Councilmember Davis and Councilmember Willis on that?
What exactly? Say it again.
I don't mean to speak for Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, but I believe she's saying she supports a revised organizational structure, but not look at only one option.
Would it be best if I just withdraw that from the motion? Because you have that consensus.
If that is indeed the consensus of this council.
Well, I am for reorg.
We don't even have the org chart in front of us.
Let's just go ahead and vote and see where we go.
Yeah, we'll vote.
Just vote and see where we go.
And we're going to be tackling this. Is it to get it ready for Tuesday? Is that why you need it tonight?
No. It's going to help in the budget preparation process. That's all.
Yeah, I don't I mean, I don't have enough information to vote on this. Yeah, if it was a separate motion and be able to vote on.
So we can, if we vote for, I would vote against it just so that that second doesn't go through, if you want to do that. Okay. And then you can make a new motion, or we can make a new motion.
Can I make a statement? I mean,
So we're leaving the motion as is? Okay. Okay. Are you ready?
I just wanted to, clarify that on Tuesday, we have a workshop, and council will see, right, the entire budget. So as we approach Tuesday, and you're going to vote on this potential organizational chart that you've seen in the budget, you could vote on that tonight, and you could formulate your ideas. The city manager, after we go through the workshop and the council meeting, there will be collective changes to the budget, and whether or not there's changes to the organizational chart based on the questions the council has and the impact, the financial impact of that could be asked of the city manager. And then at that time, the city manager may decide that he wants to change he, as the administrative authority, wants to change the organizational chart, or keep it the same and press forward because he can justify that. And at least council will know the dollars in the budget, because council will also be voting on setting a preliminary millage and then moving forward from there. So the workshop, you could do a lot of your work in the workshop, and we're going to move forward, and things may change, and you may have an August workshop. And just as we do every year, when we come up to the first budget hearing in September is the 11th hour, and then you got to set things straight because we got to keep timing and, approve what we're going to approve for the budget, and then we can meet the state's requirements when we do the second reading of the ordinance in September. So just remember the whole process. So actually, whatever you do here tonight, y'all are going to be talking about it on Tuesday, and you'll give your recommendations, and then, we'll go from there. But I think that's the best way to say it. It gets everything in context for you.
And I do have another option in mind that I can review with council also. So that'll be another option to Mayor Pro Tem Kellum's point.
And if the city manager goes ahead.
Regarding the org chart, yeah.
Yeah, and if the city manager goes ahead and gives you another option on Tuesday, he will be able to tell you what the financial impact is that. Like, for instance, if you're adding a person another $100,000, right, for another director or whatever, he'll be able to tell you how that changes based on him showing you his other option. But ultimately, it's the city manager's decision on what organizational chart you want to use. But the city manager is concerned because whenever you change your organizational chart, it could change about 30 pages in the budget. That's why he's saying that.
Exactly.
That's
Thank you,
all.
John.
Oh, thank you.
Explaining that. So yeah, the motion is as is. I'm not going to support it just because the second half, but if we just want to receive the application, do that separately, I think that would go 5-0. I don't know how. Can't not receive. Okay. Any further discussion on this? Okay. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
For.
Councilmember Jackson?
Against.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Against.
Mayor Morrison?
Against.
Councilmember Willis?
For.
Motion fails 3-2. Take action. Another motion.
Make a motion to receive the city manager's report.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, second by Councilmember Davis. Just for clarity, by receiving the report, it is not necessarily approving, or it's, I think, more of an acknowledgement receipt. I'm in favor of that. Any further discussion? Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
For.
Councilmember Jackson?
Four.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
For.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
For.
Passes 5-0. And with that, we now have no more open motions on the table. City Manager, you had mentioned a couple of loose end items that I captured early in the meeting. And we do have Peg's card. Peg, if you'd like to still speak, come forward. I haven't forgot. And I'll circle back, City Manager, on those items I think you had mentioned, if needed. And this is public comment. We sort of did one in the beginning, one in the middle, one in the end. So if anybody chooses to speak, we do want to open it up. Thank you for your patience. And anyone listening at home, I will give you an opportunity as well. With that, Peg, floor is yours.
Thank you. I've heard tonight that you don't want to take action because of mistakes, and that we all make mistakes. I am not here and have not been here for the last 6 months because of mistakes. I am here because of lies, okay? The council has a duty to uphold what they say in your values, and that integrity and honesty matter. And nobody can even say the word. Nobody can even say the word. These are not mistakes. You don't make a mistake and say, oh, I thought the garage was clear when it wasn't. That's a lie. You don't make a mistake and say there was a complaint that somebody made when the complaint wasn't made. That's a lie. And then when you prove it beyond a reasonable human being's doubt, you prove it, then you say, well, it casts shadows on that, casts some doubt on that. No, that is a lie. I am not here, haven't been here, because people make mistakes. People make mistakes all the time. But the disappointing part to me is that it took city council to get together for the last 6 months. Because in my opinion, city manager and Dave Dickey knew that these things were not true. They were in emails. This didn't happen, guys. No action taken. This isn't happening, guys. No action taken. The building is still unsecured, guys. No action taken. It didn't really get taken until the mayor had to get involved and ask why is PEG struggling to get these things done. So when you talk about a waste of time has been by not being forthcoming with the information and not being willing to root out people within their organization that weren't telling the truth, and they knew it. And you guys are still struggling to even say, I mean, here we go again, incorrect statements, misstatement, mistakes. I'm sorry, guys, these are called lies. And I'll be happy to sit down with each one of you and tell you when they happened, where they happened, and who knew they happened. And then we can talk about where this waste of time came from. It's a difficult spot for me to be in because I need the city. We just purchased the building. We got some changes that we want to make. I need the city. But I also cannot turn my back on the fact that we've been struggling with this for so long. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to speak, please come forward. Raise your hand. And those online, same. Seeing no hands raised or anyone here, we'll go ahead and close it up. Thank you all for taking the time out of your day to speak through this. City manager, those two issues I think that you had raised earlier.
I remember bringing up the recommendation about retaining the services of an experienced contract code enforcement officer. That was one that I had one of my recommendations. I'm drawing a blank on what that second one was, though, that we talked about.
Yeah.
Maybe we already addressed it.
No, actually, I'm looking in the wrong spot. Yeah, contracts, SOPs.
Yeah, we owe those to the.
That's right, okay.
Yeah, they're coming.
Yeah, I wrote SOPs and contract code enforcement. Is that it?
Yeah, the contract code enforcement officer and the SOPs are yet to come. But I mean, I'd like the council's thoughts on the recommendation of the contract code enforcement officer.
I think that there's a need for a director who would build that team. And that director should decide on contract, in-house employees, work with our city attorney and city manager, and that director needs to own it, see the problems. I don't think there's any SOPs to hand off. I don't think that anyone should hand off any SOPs. That problem, that absence of SOPs, that lack of direction is there, and we need to bring someone in who's going to implement them and say, this vision, this mission, these values, this SOP, this is how we're going to do it. It's going to be transparent. You're going to know what's going on, and we're going to put these measures into place every single day, and we're going to transform the perspective and the perception based on legitimate values being broken within the city and restore those values. I don't think should be building a team around that department to then bring in a director, because what we need is, I think, to have that vision, or it's you, Todd. Obviously, if that's your vision, then that's okay. From my understanding, your management style, you really depend on your directors to bring you good information so you can be responsive and delegate quickly. And I think that code enforcement officer decision structured to be, or whatever the decision is to direct. But that's my thoughts on it, is, again, departmental issues. Council?
If I could add, it might help. We are down one code enforcement officer from a budgeted position perspective right now, and I would like to get that position filled. My suggestion of having it be a contract code enforcement officer was specifically for the transparency. But if council's kind of ambivalent on that, I think
Just a short-term decision?
it could be for several months, it could be a year. I like the idea of fresh eyes and that transparency that gives. And that's the whole idea behind it.
I think, obviously, the code needs to be enforced, and if you don't have the resources and it's budgeted to enforce it, and a contractor, can work. That position is, it's a big department shift that who, I don't know who these folks are, and do they know what they're walking into in the red. Council can help weigh in on the idea of a contractor. I think the city manager wants to know what we think about that.
I think a contractor would be a good interim measure. One, if, to your point, Mr. Mayor, if you're putting in a director over code enforcement and building officials and et cetera, if we were to go with the new org chart by chance, then that new director could fill all of the positions that are needed. And then the contract, code enforcement contract would be voided then. It'd just end.
Yeah, that's a good way we could look at it, but we wouldn't have that new director until after October 1st anyways, as a budgeted position.
Right, but it might help us with our customer service issues.
Yeah.
I'm for it, so.
So interim being until the new director decides it's time to end it and bring on somebody on staff, yeah, okay.
I agree with that, so I'm for it.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, we had agreed a while back to hire another code enforcement officer. Would that be,
We did budget into that for this proposed budget.
and this would be another code enforcement?
This is just filling the vacancy that we currently have.
But we do need
Yes.
another code enforcement.
Yes, because what we want to do is have somebody that can focus explicitly on vacation rentals, undividedly.
So in this upcoming budget, there's a contract code enforcement and a regular.
I don't think of it as a contractor. It's just we have a current code enforcement officer vacancy, whether it's contract or not. It's a current one. That will also continue into next year. But in next year is added another code enforcement position.
Okay, I would be for it, and then when a director comes in, and
Thank you.
I have another question. Contract wouldn't go against our head count, would it?
As far as
So-
full-time equivalent positions,
Yeah.
they're still FTEs, they're still there.
No, if they're a contractor, they're not a city employee. They're a contractor.
That's my point. So
That would
there's-
come
it-
that would then come under contract services within that department.
So it could be less expensive than a full-time employee.
It could be, but I haven't been briefed on what that person will be. I don't know how high level. That'll be up to Todd.
Okay,
That's up to
all
Todd.
right. I'm just,
Yeah.
I like the idea of what we're purchasing, even if it's more expensive, is we're showing a commitment to getting this right at the boots on the ground level.
Yeah, the code has to be enforced.
Yeah.
Yep, and maybe we expand on that when we get into the org chart. I think contracted employees, I mean, like our city attorney and contract, but he's on the org chart, obviously an appointed position by the council and city managers, I guess technically. But they're all different. I think it's good, and I think so. About it again on Tuesday. Was there any? What was the other thing? So.
The SOPs that are coming.
Yep.
And those will be reviewed by the city attorney as well as directed by the council. And Mayor, to your earlier comment about tonight's item, yes, it was reviewed with the city attorney before it was distributed.
Okay. Thank you. Council, I think my hope was to separate this from the regular council meetings, so we can have our council meetings. Maybe it lingers. Yes, I did say resolve, but the truth is we were waiting to get these things done. We have it. I appreciate everyone's time to talk through this. I've weighed on it, thought about it heavily for time, multiple convictions and feeling, what is the right choice, talking to residents and trying to make sense and do the right thing. And I know that some of my words, maybe tonight or in the past, might be perceived as disrespectful. I do not mean it that way. I just see a lack of fire, for a lack of better words, and grit on the seriousness of this issue. And yes, it's taken a lot of time, but that has raised another issue, is how much, because we didn't know in January, we got quite a lot to do that is a stomach hit in that department. And the budget ultimately, I think, is going to answer some of these questions, but I am not clear on the path forward, and I am not convinced that we think that these are city issues that we need to fix on Fillmore Avenue, that we need to fix, or if we are going to maintain the position that this is a civil issue. I need clarity on that.
Well, as I understand it, I'm just going to repeat what I recall the consensus, and I think this is a good idea. On Monday, you and I will get with the contractor and explain. This council held a meeting. There was consensus to move forward with a demand letter that will specify a time frame that we're willing to wait for these improvements to be made. And if they're not done, that the city will cause all of the improvements to be made in accordance with the approved plan, and then look to the contractor to reimburse us with every tool remedy we have available under law. Just explain to him that that's what this council's direction is to do.
As far as we talked about a building official, rely on to make building.
Dave? Yeah, but I don't think we're looking at revoking COs at this point. We're looking at the demand letter path, correct?
I would like, yes, but if I don't think we were. That was a decision the building official would have to make. Have a building official to weigh in.
We do. We do, but I think that we're also concerned that that may be fraught with some other perils.
Sure. I am concerned about the demand, it's hard to say, yes, the demand letter gives me the confidence because it doesn't, I don't know where our leverage is. Unless I'm missing something. Have the leverage I think we have, then I will, okay. I'm sorry, maybe the contents of the letter answers all those questions.
Well, I do think the demand letter, because we already decided to go that route, that in and of itself means we should not go the revocation route, because that will actually cause everything to be in compliance, right? And then we have nothing to revoke.
That's all I have. Council, any other?
I would just like to see the parties that are meeting on Friday hear what they have agreed to do first.
I understand that your comment earlier tonight was let them lead.
Let them lead with what they're going to do.
Yep.
And then if it doesn't measure up,
Yep. And report to
bring
council.
the hammer down.
Agreed. I think that's the smart way to address that.
Okay. Well, I think his letter said that they want to bring it in compliance, but we can build off that. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, any comments, anything? Councilmember Jackson?
While that's occurring and while we're waiting to hear information back from their meeting on Friday, let's find out what alternatives are and their costs, just in case, that's something we're going to need to know for,
Agreed.
because it's been going on a long time. We need to get this resolved.
Councilmember Davis? Willis?
I'm clear. Thank you. I'm committed to seeing these things fixed.
Thank you for hearing me out. Thank you, council, and everyone involved. And with that, for a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
A second.
Meeting adjourned.